Before time itself existed, before the dawn of light, before your very heart pulsed its first beat, it was already etched in the annals of eternity. A book exists, a tome of prophetic significance, that foretold the destinies of nations millennia before they even breathed into existence. Within its aged pages, stories unfold that defy earthly understanding. There's the tale of a man who, against all logic, constructs a colossal ark, a vessel of salvation, in a world where rain had never fallen, a testament to unwavering faith. Imagine the raised eyebrows, the mocking laughter, as Noah diligently hammered away, trusting in a divine promise unseen. Then, the Red Sea, a vast expanse of water, miraculously parts, transforming into solid walls, allowing an entire people to escape the clutches of oppression. Picture the Israelites, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and hope, as they traversed the seabed, the towering walls of water a testament to God's power. There are stories of a prisoner whose divinely inspired dreams avert mass starvation, saving millions from the icy grip of death. Visualize Joseph, interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, his wisdom and humility guiding the kingdom through years of abundance and famine. And who can forget the burning bush, ablaze yet unconsumed? A divine spectacle where a voice from within the fiery depths proclaims the name that even angels whisper with reverence. Envision Moses, trembling before the divine presence, receiving his calling to lead his people to freedom. But here lies a profound secret, a truth often overlooked. Every act of betrayal, every miraculous event, every seemingly impossible promise fulfilled, all converge towards something infinitely grander, a pivotal point in the tapestry of existence. Each lamb sacrificed, its innocent blood staining the altar, each firstborn spared by the crimson mark on the doorposts, each supernatural deliverance from the throes of despair. These were but shadows, fleeting glimpses of a definitive liberation, a redemption yet to come. What profound vision did Abraham perceive atop Mount Moriah that compelled him to declare, "God will provide"? What drove Joseph to forgive those who had callously sold him into slavery? What hidden truth lay dormant within the blood of the Passover lamb? Today, prepare to unravel the golden thread that meticulously connects every event, from the idyllic paradise of Eden to the promised land flowing with milk and honey. This is a prophetic saga where nothing is mere coincidence, where every detail is meticulously designed with an eternal purpose in mind. Are you prepared to witness what has been hidden in plain sight, concealed beneath layers of familiarity? In the very beginning, before form or substance existed, there was nothing, a void of profound darkness and utter emptiness. But God was there, a silent architect poised to orchestrate something extraordinary, a masterpiece of creation. The opening chapter of Genesis, in its inaugural verse, proclaims that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Everything we perceive and everything beyond our perception had its genesis in that singular moment. The earth was formless, utterly void, and darkness blanketed the deep. Then God spoke. And when God speaks, the universe trembles, and reality bends to his will. Things materialize instantaneously, sculpted from the ether by the sheer force of his divine utterance. Verse 3 of Genesis 1 records the first words ever spoken into the void. "Let there be light." And in that precise instant, light erupted, piercing the oppressive darkness, scattering the shadows that had reigned supreme. God beheld the light and saw that it was good, a reflection of his own divine nature. He separated the light from the darkness, designating the light as day and the darkness as night. Thus, evening passed, and morning arrived, marking the completion of the first day of creation. On the second day, God crafted the sky, a vast expanse that separated the waters above from the waters below, establishing the atmospheric boundaries of the world. On the third day, God gathered the waters into a single place, revealing dry land, which he named earth, and the collective waters he called seas. But the third day wasn't complete. God commanded the earth to produce vegetation, plants, vibrant green grasses, and fruit-bearing trees, each yielding fruit according to its kind, with seeds contained within. The fourth day dawned with the celestial lights taking their positions. Genesis 1 verse 16 recounts how God fashioned two great lights, the greater light to govern the day and the lesser light to govern the night. He also crafted the stars, countless points of light scattered across the inky canvas of the cosmos. The sun, moon, and stars commenced their celestial dance, marking the passage of days, seasons, and years. On the fifth day, the waters teemed with life. God created the great sea creatures, leviathans of the deep, and every kind of fish that swims in the vast oceans. He also created the birds that soar through the sky, their wings carrying them on currents of air. And God blessed them, commanding them to multiply and fill the waters and the sky with their abundance. The sixth day held particular significance. First, God formed the land animals, livestock, wild creatures, and everything that creeps along the ground. But something crucial was missing. The masterpiece was yet to come. Genesis 1 verse 26 records a pivotal moment where God declared, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness." And so he did. Verse 27 proclaims with unwavering clarity, "So God created mankind in his own image, in the image of God he created them. Male and female he created them." Humankind was fundamentally different from all other creation, bearing the very imprint of God's image upon their being. God blessed them and bestowed upon them a clear mission. He instructed them to be fruitful and multiply, to fill the earth and subdue it. He granted them dominion over all the creatures of the sea, the sky, and the land. When God completed all his work, he surveyed everything he had made. Genesis 1 verse 31 states that God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. Not just good, but exceedingly good. Absolutely perfect. Chapter 2 of Genesis provides greater detail about God's creation of man. Verse 7 describes the intimate moment. "Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being." God himself took dust from the earth, molded it with his own hands, and breathed life directly into it. Then, God planted a garden in a special place called Eden. According to Genesis 2 verses 8 to 9, "Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east in Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. The Lord God made all kinds of trees grow out of the ground, trees that were pleasing to the eye and good for food. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil." This garden was a literal paradise, overflowing with unparalleled beauty. Genesis 2 verse 15 reveals man's purpose. "The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it." He had meaningful work to do, but there came a very important instruction. Genesis 2 verses 16 to 17 records God's direct words. "You are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat from it you will certainly die." It was a simple rule, a single prohibition amidst infinite abundance. Then God observed something important. Genesis 2 verse 18 says, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." No animal was the proper companion for him. So God did something very special. Genesis 2 verses 21 to 22 describes, "So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep, and while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and then closed up the place with flesh. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man, and he brought her to him. When Adam woke and saw her for the first time, she was perfect for him." Genesis 2 verse 25 closes this beautiful portion, saying, "Adam and his wife were both naked, and they felt no shame. They lived in utter innocence, without any shame, in perfect communion with God and with each other." But in that perfect garden, where everything was harmony, a dangerous intruder appeared. Genesis 3 verse 1 introduces him. "Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made." This was no ordinary animal. It was crafty, highly intelligent, and calculating. The serpent approached the woman specifically and posed a question that seemed innocent but was full of venom. Genesis 3 verse 1 records his words. "Did God really say, 'You must not eat from any tree in the garden?'" The question was designed to sow doubt. The woman attempted to correct it. Genesis 3 verses 2 to 3 says, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say, 'You must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it or you will die.'" She knew the rule. Then the serpent lied outright. Genesis 3 verses 4 to 5 records the complete lie. "You will certainly not die," the serpent said to the woman. "For God knows that when you eat from it your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." There it was, the trap to contradict God and plant the seed of pride. And then something terrible changed within the woman. Genesis 3 verse 6 describes the fateful moment. "When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it." The fruit now seemed desirable to her. The same verse continues with the words that changed everything. "She also gave some to her husband, who was with her, and he ate it." It was that simple, one bite, one act of disobedience. Immediately afterward, Genesis 3 verse 7 says, "Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves." Their eyes were opened, but not to be like God. They were opened to see their own shame. After eating the forbidden fruit, everything changed completely. Genesis 3 verse 8 describes what happened. "Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden." God came to walk with them as he probably did every evening. But this time, instead of running to God, they ran to hide. God called out to his creation. Genesis 3 verse 9 records the question. "But the Lord God called to the man, 'Where are you?'" God knew where he was. The question was an invitation to repentance. Adam responded from his hiding place. Genesis 3 verse 10 records, "He answered, 'I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid.'" For the first time, fear appeared. Fear replaced trust. God posed another piercing question. Genesis 3 verse 11. "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" The question sought confession, but Adam blamed others. Genesis 3 verse 12 records his response. "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree and I ate it." He blamed Eve and God himself. Zero personal responsibility. God turned to Eve. Genesis 3 verse 13 says, "Then the Lord God said to the woman, 'What is this you have done?' And the woman said, 'The serpent deceived me and I ate.'" Eve also passed on the responsibility. Then came the consequences. God began with the serpent. Genesis 3 verses 14 to 15 declares the judgment. "Because you have done this," the Lord God said to the serpent, "you are cursed more than all livestock and more than all the wild animals. You will crawl on your belly and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will strike you on the head, and you will strike him on the heel." The serpent was cursed, but God also pronounced the first prophecy about the Messiah. Then God addressed the woman. Genesis 3 verse 16 says, "To the woman he said, 'I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you.'" Pain would enter the process of giving life. Finally, God spoke to Adam. Genesis 3 verses 17 to 19 declares, "To Adam he said, 'Because you listened to your wife and ate fruit from the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat from it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat food from it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return." Work would become difficult, and death was inevitable. After these judgments, Genesis 3 verse 20 tells us that Adam named his wife Eve, because she would become the mother of all the living. Despite the judgment, there was hope. And then God did something surprising. Genesis 3 verse 21 records, "The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. The fig leaves were not sufficient. God provided adequate covering. But to make garments of skin, an animal had to die. It was the first sacrifice, but they could not remain in Eden. Genesis 3 verse 22 explains, "And the Lord God said, The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat, and live forever." They could not live eternally in their fallen state. Genesis 3 verse 24 closes this chapter. After he drove the man out, he placed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword flashing back and forth to guard the way to the tree of life. Angels with a flaming sword blocked the return. Paradise was definitively closed. Outside the Garden of Eden, life continued. Genesis 4 verse 1 tells us, Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the Lord's help I have brought forth a man." The first baby was born. Eve hoped that this might be the one who would defeat the serpent. Then came another son. Genesis 4 verse 2 continues, "Later she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now Abel kept flocks and Cain worked the soil." Two brothers, two different vocations. The time came to worship and present offerings. Genesis 4 verses 3 to 4 describes, "In the course of time Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord. And Abel also brought an offering, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. Both brought offerings, but Abel brought the best, while Cain simply brought some of the fruit." God's response was clear. Genesis 4 verses 4 to 5 says, "The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. God accepted one and rejected the other. Cain became furious." Verse 5 continues, "So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. Anger filled his heart completely. His face changed visibly. God intervened before it was too late." Genesis 4 verses 6 to 7 records, "Then the Lord said to Cain, 'Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it.'" God gave him a way out. He warned him that sin was lurking, but Cain rejected the warning. Genesis 4 verse 8 narrates the horror. "Now Cain said to his brother Abel, 'Let's go out to the field.' While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. It was premeditated. He invited him to the field and murdered him there. The first human death was murder. God came to Cain with another question. Genesis 4 verse 9 records, "Then the Lord said to Cain, 'Where is your brother Abel?' 'I don't know,' he replied. 'Am I my brother's keeper?' Cain lied blatantly. God confronted the truth. Genesis 4 verses 10 to 11 declares, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground, which opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand." The shed blood cried out for justice. Genesis 4 verse 12 continues the judgment. "When you work the ground, it will no longer yield its crops for you. You will be a restless wanderer on the earth." Cain would become a vagabond. Cain complained. Genesis 4 verses 13 to 14 records, "Cain said to the Lord, 'My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me.' There was no genuine repentance, but God showed mercy. Genesis 4 verse 15 says, "But the Lord said to him, 'Not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over.' Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him. God protected him." Genesis 4 verse 16 concludes, "So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden." Cain distanced himself from the presence of God, but God did not abandon humanity. Genesis 4 verse 25 tells us, "Adam made love to his wife again, and she gave birth to a son and named him Seth, saying, 'God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him.'" Seth arrived as a replacement for Abel, and with Seth came a spiritual shift. Genesis 4 verse 26 says, Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time people began to call on the name of the Lord. People began to worship God again. Genesis chapter 5 presents the genealogy from Adam to Noah. The pattern repeats. They lived many years and then they died. Seth lived 912 years and died. Enosh lived 905 years and died. Death came to all, but there was a notable exception. Genesis 5 verse 24 speaks of Enoch. Enoch walked faithfully with God. Then he was no more because God took him away. Enoch was spared from death. He was taken directly to heaven. Genesis 5 verses 28 to 29 says, When Lamech had lived 182 years, he had a son. He named him Noah and said, He will comfort us in the labor and painful toil of our hands caused by the ground the Lord has cursed. There was hope in Noah, but while the godly line continued, wickedness grew. Genesis 6 verses 1 to 2 describes, When human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. An unnatural union was occurring. God's assessment was devastating. Genesis 6 verse 5 declares, The Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of their hearts was evil all the time. Every thought was continuously evil. And then we read something that breaks the heart. Genesis 6 verses 6 to 7 says, The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. God decided to destroy his creation. Judgment was coming, but in the midst of all that wickedness, there was an exception. Genesis 6 verse 8 says, But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. One person found favor with God. Genesis 6 verse 9 describes his character. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. He was just upright and walked with God. God spoke to Noah. Genesis 6 verse 13 records, So God said to Noah, I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. The verdict was given, but God provided escape. Genesis 6 verses 14 to 16 give specific instructions. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Make rooms in it and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide and 30 cubits high. Make a roof for it, leaving below the roof a cubit high all around. Put a door in the side of the ark and make lower, middle and upper decks. An enormous ark sealed with pitch. God explained the purpose. Genesis 6 verse 17 says, I am going to bring floodwaters on the earth to destroy all life under the heavens. Every creature that has the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish. A flood would destroy everything. Genesis 6 verses 18 to 20 continues, But I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark. You, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. You are to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. 2 of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and of every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you to keep them alive. 8 people and animals would be saved. Noah obeyed completely. Genesis 6 verse 22 records, Noah did everything just as God commanded him. For probably 120 years, Noah faithfully built the ark, enduring mockery. Genesis 7 verse 4 gives the final count. 7 days from now I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face of the earth every living creature I have made. 1 more week of grace. Genesis 7 verses 7 to 9 describes the entry. And Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, of birds and of all creatures that move along the ground, male and female, came to Noah and entered the ark, as God had commanded Noah. The animals came. Genesis 7 verse 11 marks the commencement of the great flood, a cataclysmic event unleashed in the 600th year of Noah's life. It was in the 2nd month, on the 17th day, a day etched in history as the day all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened. Imagine the sheer force, the unimaginable power of water erupting from beneath the earth and cascading from the skies above. The world was being assaulted from both above and below. Genesis 7 verse 12 further elaborates. And rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. 40 days of relentless downpour. A continuous deluge that transformed the landscape into a churning, watery abyss. Genesis 7 verse 16 holds a crucial detail. Those that entered, male and female of all living things, entered as God had commanded Noah. Then the Lord shut him in. God himself sealed the ark, ensuring the safety of those within. Inside the ark, a beacon of hope in the face of utter devastation. Outside, the waters surged, relentlessly rising, consuming everything in their path. Genesis 7 verses 19 to 20 paints a vivid picture of the flood's devastating reach. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth of more than 15 cubits. 15 cubits above the highest peaks. The tallest mountains, once symbols of strength and permanence, were submerged beneath the relentless floodwaters. The destruction was absolute, total. Genesis 7 verse 23 grimly recounts the outcome. Every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out. People and animals, reptiles and birds. They were all destroyed from the earth. Only Noah was left and those with him in the ark. The ark, a floating sanctuary, was the sole vessel of life amidst a world drowned in judgment. Genesis 8 verse 1 offers a ray of hope. But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark, and he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded. A divine act of remembrance, a gentle wind sent to soothe the ravaged earth, initiating the slow process of drying and renewal. Noah, ever watchful, released a dove. Genesis 8 verse 11 narrates the dove's return. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth. The olive leaf, a symbol of hope, of new beginnings, clutched in the dove's beak, signaled the end of the flood's reign. Finally, Genesis 8 verse 15 records the divine command. Then God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons and their wives." The time had come to emerge from their refuge and rebuild. Noah's first act was one of profound gratitude. Genesis 8 verse 20 recounts. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord and, taking some of all the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. Before anything else, he offered worship, a testament to his unwavering faith. God responded with grace. Genesis 8 verse 21 records. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma and said in his heart, "Never again will I curse the ground because of humans, even though every inclination of the human heart is evil from childhood. And never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done." God promised never to unleash such devastation again. Genesis 9 verse 11 solidifies the covenant. "I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth." An everlasting promise. Genesis 9 verse 13 provides the symbol. "I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth." The rainbow, a vibrant arc across the sky, serves as a perpetual reminder of God's promise. In the aftermath of the flood, humanity began to repopulate the earth. Genesis 11 verse 1 describes a time of unity. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech. A shared tongue, a unified understanding, fostering a sense of collective identity. As they migrated, they discovered a strategic location. Genesis 11 verse 2 states, "As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there." They settled, choosing to congregate instead of dispersing as God had commanded. And then, an audacious plan began to take shape. Genesis 11 verse 3 recounts, "They said to each other, 'Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly.' They used brick instead of stone, and tar for mortar. They innovated, developing new construction techniques, but their ambition extended beyond mere housing. Genesis 11 verse 4 reveals their true intention. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city, with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." They desired a tower piercing the sky, a monument to their own glory, a means to defy God's command to fill the earth, a direct act of rebellion. Then God descended to observe. Genesis 11 verse 5 says, "But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building." The irony is palpable. Their towering structure, a symbol of their pride, required God to condescend to even notice it. Their grand ambitions were dwarfed by divine perspective. God assessed the situation. Genesis 11 verse 6 records his judgment. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them." United by a common language, there would be no limit to their defiance. God resolved to intervene. Genesis 11 verse 7 declares, "Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other." A divine disruption, a linguistic scattering to halt their rebellious endeavor. And so it happened. Genesis 11 verse 8 recounts, "So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. Communication broke down, cooperation ceased, and they dispersed." Genesis 11 verse 9 concludes, "That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth." Babel, meaning confusion, became the birthplace of diverse languages and the nations of the world. In the ancient city of Ur lived a man named Abraham. He was married to Sarai, who faced a heartbreaking reality. Genesis 11 verse 30 tells us Sarai was childless, barren. They resided in a prosperous city, but one steeped in idolatry. One day, God spoke to Abraham with words that would forever alter his life. Genesis 12 verse 1 records the calling. The Lord had said to Abram, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you." A radical command. God asked him to leave everything behind, his homeland, his family, his father's house, and venture into an unknown land. But extraordinary promises accompanied this call. Genesis 12 verses 2 to 3 declares, "I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you." 5 powerful promises. He would become a great nation. God would bless him. His name would be great. He would be a blessing to others, and all families on earth would be blessed through him. Abraham was 75 years old when he received this call. His response was immediate obedience. Genesis 12 verses 4 to 5 narrates, "So Abram went as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, all the possessions they had accumulated and the people they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Upon reaching Canaan, Abraham journeyed to Shechem." Genesis 12 verses 6 to 7 continues, "Abram traveled through the land as far as the site of the great tree of More at Shechem. At that time the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, 'To your offspring I will give this land.' So he built an altar there to the Lord, who had appeared to him. God specified that this land would belong to his descendants. Abraham built an altar and worshipped. Following these events, God spoke to Abraham in a vision. Genesis 15 verse 1 records, "After this, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. 'Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward.' But Abraham had a deep-seated concern. Genesis 15 verses 2 to 3 expresses, "But Abram said, 'Sovereign Lord, what can you give me since I remain childless? And the one who will inherit my estate is Eliezer of Damascus?' And Abram said, 'You have given me no children, so a servant in my household will be my heir.' He had no heir. Sarai remained barren. God's answer was decisive. Genesis 15 verses 4 to 5 narrates, Then the word of the Lord came to him. This man will not be your heir, but a son who is your own flesh and blood will be your heir. He took him outside and said, Look up at the sky and count the stars, if indeed you can count them. Then he said to him, So shall your offspring be. God led him outside and showed him the starlit sky. His descendants would be as numerous as the stars. Abraham's response was beautiful. Genesis 15 verse 6 records, Abram believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as righteousness. Abraham simply believed, and his faith was credited to him as righteousness. Then God established a formal covenant, instructing him to prepare animals. Genesis 15 verses 9 to 10 describes, So the Lord said to him, Bring me a heifer, a goat and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon. Abram brought all these to him, cut them in two and arranged the halves opposite each other. But he did not cut the birds in half. As he waited, something unsettling happened. Genesis 15 verse 12 recounts, As the sun was setting, Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. A profound slumber enveloped him, accompanied by the terror of great darkness. In that state, God revealed the future. Genesis 15 verses 13 to 14 prophesies, Then the Lord said to him, Know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and that they will be enslaved and mistreated there. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterward they will come out with great possessions. Then something supernatural occurred. Genesis 15 verses 17 to 18 describes, When the sun had set and darkness had fallen, a smoking firepot with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces. On that day the Lord made a covenant with Abram and said, To your descendants I will give this land, from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates. Only God passed between the animals. It was an unconditional covenant based solely on God's faithfulness. Years passed, and Sarai remained childless. Then she made a decision. Genesis 16 verses 1 to 2 narrates, Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian slave girl named Hagar. So she said to Abram, The Lord has kept me from having children. Go, sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her. Abram agreed to what Sarai said. Sarai offered her servant Hagar as a surrogate. It was an accepted cultural practice, but not God's plan. Abraham accepted. Genesis 16 verses 3 to 4 continues, So after Abram had been living in Canaan 10 years, Sarai his wife took her Egyptian slave girl Hagar and gave her to her husband to be his wife. He slept with Hagar and she conceived. When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. 10 years had passed. Hagar conceived quickly and began to look down on Sarai. Conflict erupted. Genesis 16 verses 5 to 6 records, Then Sarai said to Abram, You are responsible for the wrong I am suffering. I put my slave in your arms, and now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me. Abram said to Sarai, Your slave is in your hands. Do with her whatever you think best. Then Sarai mistreated Hagar so harshly that she fled from her. Sarai blamed Abraham. He gave her permission to do as she pleased. Sarai treated her so cruelly that Hagar fled into the desert. But God saw Hagar. Genesis 16 verses 7 to 9 narrates, The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was the spring that is beside the road to Shur. And he said, Hagar, slave of Sarai, where have you come from, and where are you going? I'm running away from my mistress Sarai, she answered. Then the angel of the Lord told her, Go back to your mistress and submit to her. The angel found her and commanded her to return, but he also gave her a promise. Genesis 16 verses 10 to 12 records, The angel added, I will increase your descendants so much that they will be too numerous to count. The angel of the Lord also said to her, You are now pregnant and will give birth to a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard of your misery. He will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against everyone and everyone's hand against him, and he will live in hostility toward all his brothers. Her son would be named Ishmael. God hears. Hagar had a revelation. Genesis 16 verse 13 expresses, "She gave this name to the Lord who spoke to her. You are the God who sees me. For she said, I have now seen the one who sees me." She called God, the God who sees me. Hagar returned and gave birth. Genesis 16 verse 15 concludes, "So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the son she had born." Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. Abraham was 86 years old, but Ishmael was not the son of promise. 13 more years passed. Abraham was 99 years old when God appeared. Genesis 17 verses 1 to 2 records. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me faithfully and be blameless. Then I will make my covenant between me and you and will greatly increase your numbers." God changed his name. Genesis 17 verse 5 declares, "No longer will you be called Abram, your name will be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations." He also changed Sarai's name. Genesis 17 verses 15 to 16 says, "God also said to Abraham, As for Sarai your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarai. Her name will be Sarah. I will bless her, and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her so that she will be the mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her." Abraham laughed. Genesis 17 verse 17 records, "Abraham fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, Will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? It seemed impossible, but God was clear. Genesis 17 verse 19 declares, "Then God said, Yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him." Shortly after, 3 visitors arrived. Genesis 18 verse 10 records, "Then the Lord said, I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah your wife will have a son." Now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent, which was behind him. Sarah laughed inwardly. Genesis 18 verse 12 says, "So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, After I am worn out and my Lord is old, will I now have this pleasure?" God confronted her disbelief. Genesis 18 verse 14 asks, "Is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son." And God fulfilled his promise. Genesis 21 verses 1 to 3 narrates, "Now the Lord was gracious to Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah conceived and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son Sarah bore him. At 100 years of age for Abraham and 90 for Sarah, Isaac was born. Sarah's joy was immense. Genesis 21 verses 6 to 7 expresses, "Sarah said, God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me." And she added, "Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age." But then came the greatest test. Genesis 22 verses 1 to 2 records, "Sometime later God tested Abraham. He said to him, Abraham, here I am," he replied. Then God said, "Take your son, your only son, Isaac, whom you love, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you." God asked him to sacrifice Isaac. Abraham obeyed immediately. Genesis 22 verse 3 says, "Early the next morning Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about. During the journey, Isaac asked. Genesis 22 verses 7 to 8 narrates, "Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, Father." "Yes, my son," Abraham replied. "The fire and wood are here," Isaac said. "But where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, "God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son." And the 2 of them went on together. Upon arriving, Abraham prepared everything. Genesis 22 verses 9 to 10 describes, "When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar, on top of the wood. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But God intervened. Genesis 22 verse 11 records. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham." "Here I am," he replied. "Do not lay a hand on the boy," he said. "Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." Abraham saw the provision. Genesis 22 verse 13 says, Abraham looked up, and there in a thicket he saw a ram caught by its horns. He went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son. God had provided the substitute. Genesis 22 verse 14 records. So Abraham called that place "The Lord will provide." And to this day it is said, "On the mountain of the Lord it will be provided." Abraham grew old, and Sarah died. After burying her, Abraham had one concern: finding a wife for Isaac. He didn't want him to marry a Canaanite woman. Genesis 24 verses 2-4 narrates. Abraham said to the senior servant in his household, the one in charge of all that he had, "Put your hand under my thigh. I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I am living, but will go to my country and my own relatives and get a wife for my son Isaac." The servant departed with 10 camels laden with gifts, arrived in Mesopotamia, and stopped by a well. Genesis 24 verse 12 describes his prayer. Then he prayed, "Lord, God of my master Abraham, make me successful today, and show kindness to my master Abraham. See, I am standing beside this spring, and the daughters of the town are coming out to draw water. May it be that when I say to a young woman, 'Please let down your jar that I may have a drink,' and she says, 'Drink, and I'll water your camels too,' let her be the one you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master." The answer was immediate. Genesis 24 verse 15 narrates. Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. The young woman was very beautiful, a virgin. No man had ever slept with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. The servant hurried to meet her. Genesis 24 verses 17-19 continues, and said, "Please give me a little water from your jar." "Drink, my lord," she said, and quickly lowered the jar from her shoulder and gave him a drink. After she had given him a drink, she said, "I'll draw water for your camels too, until they have finished drinking." Rebekah did more. Genesis 24 verses 19-20 records. So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all his camels. She fulfilled the exact sign requested. The servant worshipped. Genesis 24 verses 26-27 says, Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives." The family accepted. Genesis 24 verse 50 records. Laban and Bethuel answered, "This is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or the other. Here is Rebekah. She is before you. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has spoken." This pivotal moment, recorded in Genesis 24 verse 58, unveils the next chapter. Then they called Rebekah and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" And she said, "I will go." Isaac welcomed her. Genesis 24 verse 67 concludes, Then Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, and he took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. Thus Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. After their marriage, Isaac faced a challenge reminiscent of his parents. Rebekah was barren. Genesis 25 verses 20-21 recounts, Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel the Aramean of Paddan Aram, the sister of Laban the Aramean, to be his wife. Isaac prayed to the Lord on behalf of his wife, because she was barren, And the Lord answered him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. The pregnancy, however, was far from easy. Genesis 25 verse 22 elaborates. But the children struggled together within her, and she said, "If it is so, why then am I this way?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. God revealed to her, as Genesis 25 verse 23 declares, "Two nations are in your womb, and two peoples will be separated from your body. One people shall be stronger than the other, and the older shall serve the younger." When the time came, Genesis 25 verses 24 to 26 vividly describes, "When her days to give birth were completed, behold, there were twins in her womb. The first came forth red, all his body like a hairy garment, and they named him Esau. Afterward his brother came forth with his hand holding on to Esau's heel, so his name was called Jacob, and Isaac was 60 years old when she gave birth to them. The boys grew up with stark differences." Genesis 25 verses 27 to 28 observes, "When the boys grew up, Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, while Jacob was a mild man, living in tents. Isaac loved Esau because he had a taste for wild game, but Rebekah loved Jacob. One day, a revealing incident unfolded. Genesis 25 verses 29 to 30 recounts, "Once when Jacob was cooking stew, Esau came in from the field, and he was exhausted. Esau said to Jacob, 'Let me eat some of that red stew, for I am exhausted.' Jacob saw an opportunity, as Genesis 25 verse 31 records. Jacob replied, 'First sell me your birthright.' Esau, driven by immediate gratification, accepted. Genesis 25 verses 32 to 33 continues. Esau said, 'I am about to die. Of what use is a birthright to me?' And Jacob said, 'Swear to me first.' So he swore to him and sold his birthright to Jacob. Genesis 25 verse 34 concludes, "Then Jacob gave Esau bread and lentil stew, and he ate and drank and rose and went on his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright." Years later, Rebekah and Jacob conspired to deceive Isaac into blessing Jacob instead of Esau. When Esau discovered the deception, he vowed to kill Jacob, forcing Jacob to flee for his life. During his escape, Jacob spent a night in the open. Genesis 28 verse 11 narrates, "He came to a certain place and spent the night there, because the sun had set, and he took one of the stones of the place and put it under his head, and lay down in that place. That night he had a profound dream." Genesis 28 verse 12 describes, "He had a dream, and behold, a ladder was set on the earth with its top reaching to heaven. And behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord stood above it. God spoke to him." Genesis 28 verses 13 to 15 records, "I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie, I will give it to you and to your descendants. Your descendants will also be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south. And in you and in your descendants shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you." Jacob awoke, awestruck. Genesis 28 verses 16 to 17 expresses, "Then Jacob awoke from his sleep and said, 'Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it.' He was afraid and said, 'How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." Genesis 28 verse 18 narrates, "So Jacob rose early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on its top. He called the name of that place Bethel." Jacob continued his journey. Upon reaching his destination, he encountered a well. Genesis 29 verses 9 to 10 recounts, "While he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. When Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban his mother's brother, Jacob went up, rolled the stone from the mouth of the well, and watered the flock of Laban his mother's brother." Genesis 29 verse 11 says, "Then Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted his voice and wept. He was received with joy. Jacob stayed and worked for Laban. Jacob loved Rachel deeply." Genesis 29 verse 18 records, "Jacob loved Rachel, so he said, I will serve you 7 years for your younger daughter Rachel. Genesis 29 verse 20 expresses. So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days because of his love for her. Laban, however, deceived him, giving him Leah instead of Rachel. Jacob was compelled to work another 7 years for Rachel. Genesis 29 verse 30 states. So Jacob went in to Rachel also, and indeed he loved Rachel more than Leah, and served with Laban for another 7 years. This favoritism caused pain. Genesis 29 verse 31 records. Now the Lord saw that Leah was unloved, and so he made her fertile. But Rachel remained barren. Children began to arrive. Leah bore 4 sons: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Rachel, in desperation, gave her maid Bilhah to Jacob, and Bilhah bore 2 sons, Dan and Naphtali. Leah also gave her maid Zilpah, who bore 2 sons, Gad and Asher. Subsequently, Leah bore 2 more sons, Issachar and Zebulun, and a daughter, Dinah. Finally, God remembered Rachel. Genesis 30 verses 22 to 24 records. Then God remembered Rachel, and God gave heed to her and opened her womb. So she conceived and gave birth to a son and said, God has taken away my disgrace. And she named him Joseph, saying, May the Lord give me another son. Jacob labored 20 years for Laban. Ultimately, he decided to return to Canaan, yet he feared encountering Esau. On the night before the anticipated meeting, an extraordinary event transpired. Genesis 32 verse 24 narrates. Then Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. The man touched his hip socket. Genesis 32 verse 25 says, When the man saw that he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of his hip, so that Jacob's hip was dislocated while he wrestled with him. Yet Jacob refused to concede. Genesis 32 verse 26 records. Then he said, Let me go, for the day is breaking. But Jacob said, I will not let you go unless you bless me. His name was changed. Genesis 32 verses 27 to 28 continues. So he said to him, What is your name? And he said, Jacob. He said, Your name shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel. For you have striven with God and with men and have prevailed. Genesis 32 verse 30 expresses. So Jacob named the place Peniel, for he said, I have seen God face to face, yet my life has been preserved. He had wrestled with God and survived. Jacob settled in Canaan, where his father Isaac had lived. Among all his sons, there was one whom he loved more than the others. Genesis 37 verse 3 tells us, Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his sons, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a tunic of many colors. Joseph was the son of Rachel, the wife whom Jacob loved most. To demonstrate his special affection, Jacob made him a beautiful, multicolored tunic. This favoritism created a serious problem. Genesis 37 verse 4 states, When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him and could not speak to him on friendly terms. The animosity grew so intense that they could not even converse with Joseph normally. But the situation worsened when Joseph began to have dreams. Genesis 37 verses 6 to 7 records. Hear now this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf rose up and also stood erect. And behold, your sheaves gathered around and bowed down to my sheaf. In the dream, Joseph's sheaf stood upright, while those of his brothers bowed before his. Genesis 37 verse 8 records the reaction. Then his brothers said to him, Are you actually going to reign over us? Are you really going to rule us? So they hated him even more for his dreams and his words. They understood the dream to mean that Joseph would rule over them. Joseph had another dream. Genesis 37 verse 9 narrates. Now he had still another dream, and related it to his brothers, and said, Lo, I have had still another dream. And behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me. The sun, moon, and 11 stars bowed before him. Even Jacob rebuked Joseph. Genesis 37 verse 10 records. He related it to his father and to his brothers. And his father rebuked him and said to him, What is this dream that you have had? Shall I and your mother and your brothers actually come to bow ourselves down before you to the ground? But Genesis 37 verse 11 adds, his brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the matter in mind. The brothers were envious, but Jacob pondered these words. One day the brothers were shepherding far from home. Jacob sent Joseph to check on them. Genesis 37 verses 13 to 14 records. Israel said to Joseph, are not your brothers pasturing the flock in Shechem? Come, I will send you to them. And he said to him, I will go. Then he said to him, go now and see about the welfare of your brothers and the welfare of the flock, and bring word back to me. So he sent him from the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. Joseph searched for them until he found them in Dothan. When they saw him approaching from a distance, they conspired against him. Genesis 37 verses 18 to 20 narrates. When they saw him from afar, before he came near to them, they conspired against him to kill him. They said to one another, here comes this dreamer. Now then, come and let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits. And we will say, a wild beast devoured him. Then we shall see what will become of his dreams. Reuben intervened. Genesis 37 verses 21 to 22 records. But Reuben heard it and rescued him out of their hands and said, let us not take his life. Reuben further said to them, shed no blood. Throw him into this pit here in the wilderness, but do not lay a hand on him, that he might rescue him out of their hand, to restore him to his father. Reuben planned to rescue him later. When Joseph arrived, they acted. Genesis 37 verses 23 to 24 describes. So it came about, when Joseph reached his brothers, that they stripped Joseph of his tunic, the varicolored tunic that was on him, and they took him and threw him into the pit. Now the pit was empty. There was no water in it. Then they sat down to eat. Genesis 37 verse 25 narrates. Then they sat down to eat a meal. And as they raised their eyes and looked, behold, a caravan of Ishmaelites was coming from Gilead, with their camels bearing aromatic gum and balm and myrrh, on their way to bring them down to Egypt. Judah had an idea. Genesis 37 verses 26 to 27 records. Judah said to his brothers, what profit is it for us to kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. For he is our brother, our own flesh. And his brothers listened to him. Genesis 37 verse 28 recounts. Then some Midianite traders passed by, and they pulled Joseph up out of the pit and sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. When Reuben returned, Joseph was gone. Genesis 37 verses 29 to 30 describes. When Reuben returned to the pit and saw that Joseph was not in the pit, he tore his clothes. He returned to his brothers and said, the boy is not there. As for me, where am I to go? The brothers deceived Jacob. Genesis 37 verses 31 to 32 narrates. Then they took Joseph's tunic and slaughtered a male goat and dipped the tunic in the blood. And they sent the varicolored tunic and brought it to their father and said, this we have found. Please examine it to see whether it is your son's tunic or not. Jacob recognized the tunic. Genesis 37 verse 33 records. Then he examined it and said, it is my son's tunic. A wild beast has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces. Jacob's grief was inconsolable. Genesis 37 verses 34 to 35 describes. So Jacob tore his garments, put sackcloth on his loins, and mourned for his son many days. Then all his sons and all his daughters arose to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, surely I will go down to Sheol in mourning for my son. So his father wept for him. While Jacob mourned, Joseph arrived in Egypt. Genesis 39 verse 1 recounts. Now Joseph had been taken down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an Egyptian officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the bodyguard, bought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him down there. Joseph was sold to Potiphar, a prominent official of Pharaoh, but God was with Joseph. Genesis 39 verses 2 to 3 declares, the Lord was with Joseph, so he became a successful man, and he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. Now his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord caused all that he did to prosper in his hand. Everything Joseph did flourished. Joseph earned Potiphar's trust. Genesis 39 verse 4 says, "So Joseph found favor in his sight and became his personal servant, and he made him overseer over his house, and all that he owned he put in his charge." Joseph was placed in charge of the entire household. The blessing extended. Genesis 39 verse 5 records, "It came about that from the time he made him overseer in his house and over all that he owned, the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house on account of Joseph. Thus the Lord's blessing was upon all that he owned, both in the house and in the field." Potiphar trusted Joseph completely. Genesis 39 verse 6 says, "So he left everything he owned in Joseph's charge, and with him there he did not concern himself with anything except the food which he ate." Now Joseph was handsome in form and appearance. Potiphar's wife noticed Joseph. Genesis 39 verse 7 describes, "It came about after these things that his master's wife looked with desire at Joseph, and she said, 'Lie with me.' Joseph firmly refused." Genesis 39 verses 8 to 9 records, "But he refused and said to his master's wife, 'Behold, with me here, my master does not concern himself with anything in the house, and he has put everything that he owns in my charge. There is no one greater in this house than I, and he has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do this great evil and sin against God?' But she persisted." Genesis 39 verse 10 says, "As she spoke to Joseph day after day, he did not listen to her, to lie beside her or be with her. One day a crisis arrived." Genesis 39 verses 11 to 12 narrates, "Now it happened on a certain day that he went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the house was there inside. She seized him by his garment, saying, 'Lie with me.' But he left his garment in her hand and fled, and went outside. She retaliated with a lie." Genesis 39 verses 13 to 15 describes, "When she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and had fled outside, she called to the men of her household and said to them, 'See, he has brought in a Hebrew to us to make sport of us. He came in to me to lie with me, and I cried out with a loud voice. When he heard that I raised my voice and cried out, he left his garment beside me and fled outside. When Potiphar arrived, she repeated the lie." Genesis 39 verses 17 to 18 records, "So she spoke to him with these words, 'The Hebrew servant whom you brought to us came in to me to make sport of me, and as I raised my voice and cried out, he left his garment beside me and fled outside.' Potiphar was enraged." Genesis 39 verses 19 to 20 narrates, "Now when his master heard the words which his wife spoke to him, saying, 'This is the way your servant treated me,' his anger burned. So Joseph's master took him and put him into the jail, the place where the king's prisoners were confined, and he was there in the jail. But God did not abandon Joseph. Genesis 39 verse 21 says, "But the Lord was with Joseph and extended kindness to him, and gave him favor in the sight of the chief jailer." Genesis 39 verses 22 to 23 continues, "The chief jailer committed to Joseph's charge all the prisoners who were in the jail, so that whatever was done there, he was responsible for it. The chief jailer did not supervise anything under Joseph's charge because the Lord was with him, and whatever he did, the Lord made to prosper." 2 important prisoners arrived. Genesis 40 verses 1 to 3 narrates, "Then it came about after these things, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt offended their lord, the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was furious with his 2 officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and he put them in confinement in the house of the captain of the bodyguard, in the jail, the place where Joseph was imprisoned. Joseph was assigned to serve them. One night both had dreams. Genesis 40 verse 8 records, "They said to him, 'We have had a dream, and there is no one to interpret it.' Then Joseph said to them, 'Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell it to me, please.' Joseph interpreted both dreams accurately. He asked the cupbearer to remember him. Genesis 40 verse 14 records, "Only keep me in mind when it goes well with you, and please do me a kindness by mentioning me to Pharaoh and get me out of this house." The interpretations came to pass. Genesis 40 verses 20 to 22 narrates, "Then it came about on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast for all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and the head of the chief baker among his servants. He restored the chief cupbearer to his office, and he put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, just as Joseph had interpreted to them. But the cupbearer forgot Joseph. Genesis 40 verse 23 says, "Yet the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph, but forgot him." 2 years later, Pharaoh had dreams. Genesis 41 verse 1 records, "Now it happened at the end of 2 years that Pharaoh had a dream. No one could interpret them. Then the cupbearer remembered." Genesis 41 verses 9 to 13 records his testimony. Then the chief cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, "I would make mention today of my own shortcomings. When Pharaoh was furious with his servants, he put me in confinement in the house of the captain of the bodyguard, both me and the chief baker. We had a dream on the same night, he and I. Each of us dreamed according to the interpretation of his own dream. Now a Hebrew youth was with us there, a servant of the captain of the bodyguard, and we related them to him, and he interpreted our dreams to us. To each one he interpreted according to his own dream. And as he interpreted to us, so it happened. He restored me to my office, but he hanged him." Pharaoh summoned Joseph. Genesis 41 verse 14 narrates, "Then Pharaoh sent and called for Joseph, and they hurriedly brought him out of the dungeon. And when he had shaved himself and changed his clothes, he came to Pharaoh." Genesis 41 verses 15 to 16 records, "Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have had a dream, but no one can interpret it, and I have heard it said about you, that when you hear a dream you can interpret it. Joseph then answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. God will give Pharaoh a favorable answer." Joseph interpreted the dreams. Genesis 41 verses 25 to 27 declares, "Now Joseph said to Pharaoh, Pharaoh's dreams are one and the same. God has told to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dreams are one and the same. The 7 lean and ugly cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 thin ears scorched by the east wind will be 7 years of famine." Joseph proposed a plan. Genesis 41 verses 33 to 36 records, "Now let Pharaoh look for a man discerning and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh take action to appoint overseers in the land." Joseph advised Pharaoh to appoint overseers to collect 1/5 of Egypt's produce during the 7 years of abundance and store it in the cities. This would serve as a reserve for the 7 years of famine, ensuring the land's survival. Pharaoh was deeply impressed. Genesis 41 verses 38 to 40 recounts, "And Pharaoh said to his servants, Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom is the Spirit of God? Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, Inasmuch as God has shown you all this, there is no one as discerning and wise as you. You shall be over my house, and all my people shall be ruled according to your word. Only in regard to the throne will I be greater than you." Genesis 41 verses 42 to 43 elaborates, "Then Pharaoh took his signet ring off his hand and put it on Joseph's hand, and he clothed him in garments of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. And he had him ride in the 2nd chariot which he had. And they cried out before him, Bow the knee! So he set him over all the land of Egypt." Genesis 41 verse 46 notes, "Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh king of Egypt." This marked the end of 13 years of servitude and imprisonment. Joseph diligently implemented his plan. Genesis 41 verse 49 records, "Joseph gathered very much grain, as the sand of the sea, until he stopped counting, for it was immeasurable. The preparations were complete, and the inevitable arrived." Genesis 41 verses 54 to 57 describes, "And the 7 years of famine began to come, as Joseph had said. The famine was in all lands, but in all the land of Egypt there was bread. So when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. Then Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, Go to Joseph. Whatever he says to you, do." The famine was over all the face of the earth, and Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Egyptians. And the famine became severe in the land of Egypt. So all countries came to Joseph in Egypt to buy grain, because the famine was severe in all lands. The famine spread far and wide, reaching even the land of Canaan. Genesis 42 verses 1 to 2 recounts, "When Jacob saw that there was grain in Egypt, Jacob said to his sons, Why do you look at one another? And he said, Indeed, I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy for us from there, that we may live and not die." Genesis 42 verses 3 to 4 continues. So 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt. But Jacob did not send Joseph's brother Benjamin with his brothers, for he said, "Lest some tragedy befall him." The brothers arrived in Egypt, unaware of the incredible twist of fate that awaited them. Genesis 42 verse 6 describes, "Now Joseph was governor over the land. It was he who sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed down before him with their faces to the earth." Genesis 42 verses 7 to 8 says, "Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them, but he acted as a stranger to them and spoke roughly to them. Then he said to them, 'Where do you come from?' And they said, 'From the land of Canaan to buy food.' Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. Joseph decided to test them. Genesis 42 verse 9 records, "Then Joseph remembered the dreams which he had dreamed about them, and said to them, 'You are spies. You have come to see the nakedness of the land.' The brothers vehemently denied the accusation. Genesis 42 verse 13 records their plea. "And they said, 'Your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And in fact, the youngest is with our father today, and one is no more.' Joseph, unmoved, imprisoned them for 3 days, setting the stage for a test of their character." Genesis 42 verses 18 to 20 recounts, "Then Joseph said to them the third day, 'Do this and live, for I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers be confined to your prison house. But you go and carry grain for the famine of your houses, and bring your youngest brother to me. So your words will be verified, and you shall not die." Guilt began to gnaw at their consciences. Genesis 42 verses 21 to 22 records their hushed conversation. "Then they said to one another, 'We are truly guilty concerning our brother, for we saw the anguish of his soul when he pleaded with us, and we would not hear. Therefore this distress has come upon us.' And Reuben answered them, saying, 'Did I not speak to you, saying, Do not sin against the boy, and you would not listen? Therefore behold, his blood also is now required of us.' Overcome with emotion, Joseph had to withdraw from their presence. Genesis 42 verse 24 says, "And he turned himself away from them and wept. Composing himself, Joseph bound Simeon and filled the brothers' sacks with grain, secretly returning their money. The brothers departed, unaware of the returned silver." Genesis 42 verse 28 describes the moment of discovery. "And he said to his brothers, 'My money has been restored, and there it is in my sack.' Their hearts sank with dread. Then their hearts failed them, and they were afraid, saying to one another, 'What is this that God has done to us?' Upon returning home, they relayed the harrowing tale to Jacob, their father. Genesis 42 verse 36 expresses Jacob's anguish. "And Jacob their father said to them, 'You have bereaved me. Joseph is no more, Simeon is no more, and you want to take Benjamin. All these things are against me.' Jacob vehemently refused to let Benjamin go. Genesis 42 verse 38 declares, "But Jacob said, 'My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If any calamity should befall him along the way in which you go, then you would bring down my gray hair with sorrow to the grave.' But the relentless famine persisted. Judah stepped forward, offering himself as surety. Genesis 43 verses 8 to 9 recounts, "Then Judah said to Israel his father, 'Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you and also our little ones. I myself will be surety for him. From my hand you shall require him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever.' Finally, Jacob relented. Genesis 43 verse 11 expresses, "Take also your brother and arise, go back to the man. And may God Almighty give you mercy before the man, that he may release your other brother and Benjamin. If I am bereaved, I am bereaved." The brothers returned to Egypt with Benjamin. Joseph, upon seeing Benjamin, was deeply moved. Genesis 43 verses 29 to 30 tells us, "Then Joseph lifted his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, 'Is this your younger brother of whom you spoke to me?' And he said, God be gracious to you, my son. Now his heart yearned for his brother. So Joseph made haste and sought somewhere to weep. And he went into his chamber and wept there. But Joseph had one final test in mind. Genesis 44 verses 1-2 records. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, Fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put each man's money in the mouth of his sack. Also put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and his grain money. So he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. The brothers departed, unknowingly carrying the incriminating evidence. Genesis 44 verse 12 describes, So he searched, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Genesis 44 verse 13 expresses the brothers' despair. Then they tore their clothes, and each man loaded his donkey and returned to the city. Judah, acting as their spokesman, pleaded their case. Genesis 44 verse 16 records his heartfelt cry. Then Judah said, What shall we say to my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? God has found out the iniquity of your servants. Here we are, my Lord's slaves, both we and he also with whom the cup was found. Joseph declared that only Benjamin would remain as his slave. Then Judah drew near, offering an incredible sacrifice. Genesis 44 verse 18 begins. Then Judah came near to him and said, O my Lord, please let your servant speak a word in my Lord's ears, and do not let your anger burn against your servant. For you are even like Pharaoh. Judah recounted their story, then made an unprecedented offer. Genesis 44 verses 33-34 records. Now therefore, please let your servant remain instead of the lad as a slave to my Lord, and let the lad go back with his brothers. For how shall I go back to my father if the lad is not with me, lest perhaps I see the evil that would come upon my father? Joseph could no longer contain himself. Genesis 45 verse 1 describes, Then Joseph could not restrain himself before all those who stood by him, and he cried out, Make everyone go out from me. Finally, alone with his brothers, Joseph revealed his true identity. Genesis 45 verse 3 records, And Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph. Does my father still live? But his brothers could not answer him, for they were dismayed in his presence. Joseph reassured them. Genesis 45 verses 4-5 continues, And Joseph said to his brothers, Please come near to me. So they came near. Then he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt. But now, do not therefore be grieved nor angry with yourselves because you sold me here. For God sent me before you to preserve life. Genesis 45 verses 7-8 explains, And God sent me before you to preserve a posterity for you in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you who sent me here, but God. And he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Egypt. Joseph urged them to bring their father to Egypt. Genesis 45 verse 14 narrates, Then he fell on his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept on his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brothers and wept over them, and after that his brothers talked with him. News of Joseph's reunited family reached Pharaoh. Genesis 45 verse 16 records, Now the report was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brothers have come. So it pleased Pharaoh and his servants well. Pharaoh extended a generous invitation. Genesis 45 verses 17-20 narrates, And Pharaoh said to Joseph, Say to your brothers, Do this, load your animals and depart. Go to the land of Canaan and take your father and your households and come to me. I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you will eat the fat of the land. The brothers departed with gifts, carrying the incredible news to Jacob in Canaan. Genesis 45 verse 26 describes, And they told him, saying, Joseph is still alive, and he is governor over all the land of Egypt. And Jacob's heart stood still, because he did not believe them. But then he saw the wagons. His spirit revived. Genesis 45 verse 28 expresses, Then Israel said, It is enough. Joseph my son is still alive. I will go and see him before I die. Jacob embarked on the journey to Beersheba, where God spoke to him. Genesis 46 verses 2-4 records, Then God spoke to Israel in the visions of the night and said, "Jacob, Jacob." And he said, "Here I am." And he said, "I am God, the God of your father. Do not fear to go down to Egypt, for I will make of you a great nation there. I will go down with you to Egypt, and I will also surely bring you up again, and Joseph will put his hand on your eyes." Genesis 46 verses 5 to 7 narrates. Then Jacob arose from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father, their little ones and their wives in the carts which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. So they took their livestock and their goods, which they had acquired in the land of Canaan, and went to Egypt, Jacob and all his descendants with him. Joseph went to meet his father in Goshen. Genesis 46 verse 29 describes, "So Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to Goshen to meet his father Israel. And he presented himself to him, and fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while." Genesis 46 verse 30 expresses Jacob's joy. "And Israel said to Joseph, 'Now let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are still alive.' Joseph presented his family to Pharaoh, who granted them the land of Goshen. Jacob lived in Egypt for 17 more years. As Jacob neared death, he called for Joseph. Genesis 48 verse 21 records, "And Israel said to Joseph, 'Behold, I am dying, but God will be with you and bring you back to the land of your fathers.' Jacob then summoned all his sons to bless them." Genesis 49 verse 1 narrates, "And Jacob called his sons and said, 'Gather together, that I may tell you what shall befall you in the last days. Gather together and hear, you sons of Jacob, and listen to your father Israel.' Jacob prophesied over each of his 12 sons. After blessing them, Jacob died. Genesis 49 verse 33 says, "When Jacob had finished commanding his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed and breathed his last, and was gathered to his people." Joseph mourned his father. Genesis 50 verse 1 records, "Then Joseph fell on his father's face and wept over him and kissed him. Joseph had his father embalmed and buried in Canaan, as he had requested. After the funeral, the brothers feared Joseph's revenge." Genesis 50 verse 15 says, "When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, 'Perhaps Joseph will hate us, and may actually repay us for all the evil which we did to him.' They sent him a message." Genesis 50 verse 17 records, "Thus you shall say to Joseph, 'I beg you, please forgive the trespass of your brothers and their sin, for they did evil to you.'" Joseph wept when he received the message. Then he comforted them. Genesis 50 verses 19 to 21 declares, "Joseph said to them, 'Do not be afraid, for am I in the place of God? But as for you, you meant evil against me. But God meant it for good, in order to bring it about as it is this day, to save many people alive. Now therefore do not be afraid. I will provide for you and your little ones." Joseph lived to be 110 years old. Before his death, he gave instructions. Genesis 50 verse 24 records, "And Joseph said to his brothers, 'I am dying, but God will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land to the land of which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac and to Jacob.' He extracted a promise from them." Genesis 50 verse 25 continues, "Then Joseph took an oath from the children of Israel, saying, 'God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here.'" Genesis 50 verse 26 concludes, "So Joseph died at the age of 110 years, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt." After Joseph's death, the descendants of Israel multiplied in Egypt. Years, decades, and centuries passed. Exodus 1 verses 6 to 7 describes, "And Joseph died, all his brothers, and all that generation. But the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly, multiplied and grew exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them." But then a shift occurred. Exodus 1 verse 8 records, "Now there arose a new king over Egypt, who did not know Joseph. A new Pharaoh ascended the throne, one who knew nothing of Joseph or how he had saved Egypt. This Pharaoh voiced his fears." Exodus 1 verses 9 to 10 records, "And he said to his people, 'Look, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply, and it happen, in the event of war, that they also join our enemies and fight against us, and so go up out of the land.' The solution was cruel. Exodus 1 verse 11 narrates, Therefore they set taskmasters over them to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh supply cities, Pithom and Ramses. They enslaved them, but the oppression backfired. Exodus 1 verse 12 says, "But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were in dread of the children of Israel. The Egyptians increased the severity." Exodus 1 verses 13 to 14 describes, "So the Egyptians made the children of Israel serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar, in brick, and in all kinds of service in the field. All their service in which they made them serve was with rigor. Then Pharaoh took an extreme measure, summoning the Hebrew midwives." Exodus 1 verses 15 to 16 records, "Then the king of Egypt spoke to the Hebrew midwives, of whom the name of one was Shiphrah and the name of the other Puah. And he said, When you do the duties of a midwife for the Hebrew women, and see them on the birth stools, if it is a son, then you shall kill him. But if it is a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared God." Exodus 1 verse 17 says, "But the midwives feared God, and did not do as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the male children alive. When Pharaoh questioned them, they responded." Exodus 1 verses 18 to 19 narrates, "So the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said to them, Why have you done this thing and saved the male children alive? And the midwives said to Pharaoh, Because the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women, for they are lively and give birth before the midwives come to them. God blessed the midwives." Exodus 1 verses 20 to 21 records, "Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and grew very mighty. And so it was, because the midwives feared God, that he provided households for them." Frustrated, Pharaoh issued a public decree. Exodus 1 verse 22 declares, "So Pharaoh commanded all his people, saying, Every son who is born you shall cast into the river, and every daughter you shall save alive." Amid this crisis, a special child was born. Exodus 2 verses 1 to 2 recounts, "And a man of the house of Levi went and took as wife a daughter of Levi. So the woman conceived and bore a son. And when she saw that he was a beautiful child, she hid him 3 months. After 3 months, she could no longer hide him." Exodus 2 verse 3 narrates, "But when she could no longer hide him, she took an ark of bulrushes for him, daubed it with asphalt and pitch, put the child in it, and laid it in the reeds by the river's bank. The baby's sister remained nearby watching." Exodus 2 verses 5 to 6 describes, "Then the daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe at the river, and her maidens walked along the riverside. And when she saw the ark among the reeds, she sent her maidservant to get it. And when she opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the baby wept. So she had compassion on him and said, This is one of the Hebrews' children." The baby's sister approached. Exodus 2 verses 7 to 8 records, "Then his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, Shall I go and call a nurse for you from the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for you? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Go. So the maiden went and called the child's mother." Exodus 2 verse 9 continues, "Then Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Take this child away and nurse him for me, and I will give you your wages. So the woman took the child and nursed him. When the child was grown, he was taken to the palace." Exodus 2 verse 10 says, "And the child grew, and she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. So she called his name Moses, saying, Because I drew him out of the water." Moses grew up in the palace, but he did not forget his origins. Exodus 2 verse 11 narrates, "Now it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out to his brethren and looked at their burdens. And he saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his brethren. Moses reacted." Exodus 2 verse 12 records, "So he looked this way and that way, and when he saw that there was no one, he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. The next day he saw 2 Hebrews fighting." Exodus 2 verses 13 to 14 narrates, "And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 Hebrew men were fighting. And he said to him who did the wrong, Why are you striking your companion? Then he said, Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you intend to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?" So Moses feared and said, "Surely this thing is known." Pharaoh learned of the incident. Exodus 2 verse 15 says, "When Pharaoh heard of this matter, he sought to kill Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in Midian, and he sat down by a well. In Midian, Moses encountered the daughters of Jethro. Exodus 2 verses 16 to 17 narrates. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and they filled the troughs to water their father's flock. Then the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. The young women returned home. Exodus 2 verses 18 to 19 records. When they came to Reuel their father, he said, "How is it that you have come so soon today?" And they said, "An Egyptian delivered us from the hand of the shepherds, and he also drew enough water for us and watered the flock." Padre, les dijo, porque habeas venido hoy tan pronto? Ellos respondieron, un varón egipcio nos defendió de mano de los pastores, y también nos sacó el agua, y dio de beber a las ovejas. Jethro invitó a Moisés. Éxodo 2:21-22 conclui. Y Moisés convino en morar con aquel varón y el dio su hija Sephora por mujer a Moisés. Y ella le dio a luz a un hijo y él le puso por nombre Gerson, porque dijo, forastro soy en tierra ajena. Mientras Moisés vivía en Madián, la situación empeoraba en Egipto. Éxodo 2325 describe, Acanti. Eco que después de muchos días murió el rey de Egipto y los hijos de Israel gemían, a causa de la servidumbre y clamaron. Y subió a Dios el clamor de ellos con motivo de su servidumbre. Y oyó Dios el gemido de ellos y ese acordó de su pacto con Abraham, Isaac y Jacob. Y miró Dios a los hijos de Israel y los reconoció Dios. Un día Moisés pastoriba el rebaño. Éxodo 3:12 narra. Apacentando Moisés, las ovejas de Jethro, su sugro, sacerdote de Madián. Levo las ovejas a través del desierto y luego hasta Oreb, monte de Dios. Y ese lu aparicio el ángel de Jehová en una llama de fuego en medio de una zarza. Y el miró y vio que la zarza ardía en fuego y la zarza no se consumía. Moisés se acercó. Éxodo 334 registra. Entonces Moisés dijo, ir yo ahora y ver esta grande visión, porque causa la zarza no se quema. Viendo Jehová que el iba a ver. Lo llamó Dios de en medio de la zarza y dijo, Moisés, Moisés. Y él respondió, Heme aquí. Dios lu dio una instrucción. Éxodo 3:5 dice. Y dijo no te acerques. Cuida tu calzado de tus pies. Porque el lugar en que tú estás tierra santa es. Dios se identificó. Éxodo 3:6 declara. Y dijo. Yo soy el Dios de tu padre. Dios de Abraham. Dios de Isaac y Dios de Jacob. Entonces Moisés cubrió su rostro porque tuvo miedo de mirar a Dios. Dios explicó su propósito. Éxodo 36:78 registra. Dijo luego Jehová. Bien he visto la aflicción de mi pueblo que está en Egipto. Y he oído su clamor a causa de sus exactores. Pues he conocido sus angustias y he descendido para librarlos de mano de los egipcios y sacarlos de aquella tierra a una tierra buena y ancha. A tierra que fluye leche y miel. Vino la comisión. Éxodo 3:10 declara. Ven, por tanto. Ahora y te enviaré a Faraón para que saques de Egipto a mi pueblo, los hijos de Israel. Moisés respondió con dudas. Éxodo 3:11 registra. Entonces Moisés respondió a Dios. ¿Quién soy yo para que vaya a Faraón y saque de Egipto a los hijos de Israel? Dios lu aseguró. Éxodo 3:12 dice. Y él respondió. Ve, porque yo estar contigo. Y esto te será por señal de que yo te he enviado. Cuando hayas sacado de Egipto el pueblo, servirías a Dios sobre este monte. Moisés preguntó por el nombre de Dios. Éxodo 3:13 registra. Dijo Moisés a Dios. He aquí que lego yo a los hijos de Israel y les digo. El Dios de vuestros padres me ha enviado a vosotros. Si ellos me preguntan, ¿cuál es su nombre? Heli. ¿Que lu respondrá? La respuesta fue profunda. Exodo 3:14 Registra. Y respondió Dios a Moisés. Yo soy el que soy. Y dijo. Así dirás a los hijos de Israel. Yo soy mi envío a vosotros. Exodo 3:15 continúa. Además dijo Dios a Moisés. Así dirás a los hijos de Israel, Jehová, el Dios de vuestros padres, el Dios de Abraham, Dios de Isaac y Dios de Jacob, me ha enviado a vosotros. Este es mi nombre para siempre. Con él así me recordará por todos los siglos. Moisés seguía dudando. Exodo 4:1 expresa. Entonces Moisés respondió diciendo. He aquí que ellos no me creeran en I oiran mi voz. Porque dirán. No te ha aparecido Jehová. Dios lo dio señales milagrosas. Pero Moisés seguía resistiéndose. Exodo 4:10 registra. Entonces dijo Moisés a Jehová. I, Señor, nunca he sido hombre de fácil palabra. En I antes. En I desde que tú hablas a tu siervo. Porque soy tardo en el habla y torpe de lengua. Dios respondió. Exodo 4:11 dice. Y Jehová lo respondió. ¿Quién dio la boca al hombre? ¿O quién hizo el mudo y el sordo el que vi y el ciego? ¿No soy yo, Jehová? Ahora pues. Vi y yo estar con tu boca y te enseñar lo que has de hablar. Finalmente, Moisés pidió que enviara otro. Exodo 4:13-14 nara. Y el dijo. I, Señor, envía, te ruego, por medio del que debes enviar. Entonces Jehová se enojó contra Moisés y dijo. No conozco yo a tu hermano Aaron Levita, y que él habla bien. Y he aquí que él saldrá a recibir y el vert se alegrará en su corazón. Moisés regresó a Egipto con 80 años. Moisés y Aaron se presentaron ante el faraón. Exodo 5:1 registra. Después Moisés y Aaron entraron a la presencia de faraón y le dijeron. Jehová, el Dios de Israel, dice así. Deja ir a mi pueblo a celebrar fiesta en el desierto. La respuesta fue arrogante. Exodo 5:2 declara. Y faraón respondió. ¿Quién es Jehová para que yo oiga su voz y deje ir a Israel? Yo no conozco a Jehová. En I tampoco dejaré ir a Israel. El faraón aumentó la carga de trabajo. Exodo 5 hours 79 minutes. Nara. De aquí en adelante no darías paja el pueblo para hacer ladrillo como hasta ahora. Vayan ellos y recogen por sí mismas la paja y les impondréis la misma tarea de ladrillo que hacían antes. Y no les disminuirías nada porque están ociosos. Y por eso levantan la voz diciendo. Vamos y ofrezcamos sacrificios en nuestro Dios. Agravéis la servidumbre sobre ellos. Entonces comenzarán las plagas. La primera convirtió el agua en sangre. Exodo 7:20-21 describe. Y Moisés y Aaron hicieron como Jehová lo mandó. Y alzando la vara, golpeó las aguas que había en el río en presencia de faraón y de sus siervos. Y todas las aguas que había en el río se convirtieron en sangre. Asimismo los peces que había en el río murieron. Y el río se corrompió. Tanto que los egipcios no podían beber de él, y hubo sangre por toda la tierra de Egipto. Pero el faraón no dejó ir el pueblo. La segunda plaga trajo ranas. Exodo 8:86 registra. Entonces Aaron extendió su mano sobre las aguas de Egipto, y subieron ranas que cubrieron la tierra de Egipto. El faraón permitió dejar ir el pueblo. Pero endureció su corazón cuando las ranas murieron. La tercera plaga convirtió el polvo en piojos. Exodo 8:17 dice. Y ellos lo hicieron así. Y Aaron extendió su mano con su vara y golpeó el polvo de la tierra. El cual se volvió piojos. Así en los hombres como en las bestias. Todo el polvo de la tierra se volvió piojos en todo el país de Egipto. Pero el faraón no escuchó. La cuarta plaga envió moscas. Exodo 8:24 nara. Y Jehová lo hizo así. Y vino gran cantidad de moscas a la casa de Faraón, y a las casas de sus siervos, y en todo el país de Egipto. Y la tierra fue corrompida a causa de ellos. Esta vez goza no fue afectada. Pero el Faraón volvió a cambiar de opinión. La quinta plaga trajo pest sobre el ganado. Éxodo 9:6 registra. Y Jehová hizo aquello al día siguiente. Y murió todo el ganado de Egipto. Mas del ganado de los hijos de Israel no murió uno. El Faraón se endureció aún más. La sexta plaga produjo úlceras. Éxodo 9:10 describe. Y tomaron ceniza del horno y se pusieron delante de Faraón, y la esparció Moisés hacia el cielo. Y hubo zarpulito que produjo úlceras tanto en los hombres como en las bestias. El corazón del Faraón permaneció duro. La séptima plaga fue granizo. Éxodo 9:23 narra. Y Moisés extendió su vara hacia el cielo. Y Jehová hizo tronar y granizar. Y el fuego se descargaba sobre la tierra. Y lo vio Jehová granizo sobre la tierra de Egipto. Hubo pues granizo y fuego mezclado con el granizo. Tan grande que nunca hubo en toda la tierra de Egipto desde que fue habitada. Y aquel granizo hirió en toda la tierra de Egipto todo lo que estaba en el campo. Así hombres como bestias. Asimismo destrozó el granizo toda la hierba del campo, y descayó todos los árboles del país. Solo en Gozan no hubo granizo. El Faraón se arrepintió nuevamente. La octava plaga trajo langostas. Éxodo 10:15 describe. Y subió la langosta sobre toda la tierra de Egipto y se asentó en todo el país de Egipto en tan gran cantidad como no la hubo antes ni la habrá después. Y cubrió la faz de todo el país y oscureció la tierra. Y consumió toda la hierba de la tierra y todo el fruto de los árboles que había dejado el granizo. No quedó cosa verde en árboles ni en hierba del campo. En toda la tierra de Egipto. Pero el Faraón volvió a endurecerse. La novena plaga sumió a Egipto en oscuridad. Éxodo 10:21-23 registra. Jehová dijo a Moisés. Extien tu mano hacia el cielo para que haya tinieblas sobre la tierra de Egipto. Tanto que cualquiera las palpe. Y extendió Moisés su mano hacia el cielo. Y hubo densas tinieblas sobre toda la tierra de Egipto por 3 días. Ninguno vio a su prójimo. Ni nadie se levantó de su lugar en 3 días. Mas todos los hijos de Israel tenían luz en sus habitaciones. Éxodo 10:289 narra el final. Y le dijo Faraón. Retirate de mí. Guarde que no veas más mi rostro. Porque en cualquier día que viers mi rostro morirás. Y Moisés respondió. Bien has dicho. No ver más tu rostro. Dios reveló la décima plaga. Éxodo 11:45 registra. Y dijo Moisés. Jehová ha dicho así. A la medianoche yo saldré por en medio de Egipto y morirá todo primigenito en tierra de Egipto. Desde el primigenito de Faraón que se sienta, en su trono hasta el primigenito de la sierva que está tras el molino. Y todo primigenito de las bestias. Pero Dios preveó escape. Éxodo 12:3 registra. Habla de toda la congregación de Israel, diciendo. En el ten de este mes. Temis cada uno cordero según las familias de los padres. Un cordero por familia. Éxodo 12:56 especifica. El animal será sin defecto macho de un año. Lo tomarías de las ovejas o de las cabras y lo guardaréis hasta el día 14 de este mes. Y lo inmolará toda la congregación del pueblo de Israel entre las dos tardes. Lo crucial era la sangre. Éxodo 12:7 instruye. Y tomaron de la sangre y la pondrán en los dos postes y en el dintel de las casas en que lo han de comer. Éxodo 12:11 especifica. Y lo comeréis así. Cenados vuestros lomos. Vuestro calzado en vuestros pies y vuestro bordón en vuestra mano. Y lo comeréis apresuradamente. Es la Pascua de Jehová. Dios explicó el propósito. Éxodo 12:13 declara. Pues yo pasara aquella noche por la tierra de Egipto y heriera todo primigenito en la tierra de Egipto. Así de los hombres como de las bestias. Y ejecutar mis juicios en todos los dioses de Egipto? Yo Jehová. Y la sangre os será por señal en las casas donde vosotros estías. Y ver la sangre y pesar de vosotros. Y no habrá en vosotros plaga de mortandad cuando hierra la tierra de Egipto. Lego la medianoche. Éxodo 12:29-30 describe. Y aconteció que a la medianoche Jehová hirió a todo primigenito en la tierra de Egipto, desde el primigenito de Faraón, que así sentaba sobre su trono, hasta el primigenito del cautivo, que estaba en la cárcel y todo primigenito de los animales. Y así levantó aquella noche Faraón, él y todos sus siervos y todos los egipcios. Y hubo un gran clamor en Egipto, porque no había casa donde no hubiese un muerto. El Faraón llamó a Moisés. Éxodo 1:23-1:32 registra. Y hizo llamar a Moisés y a Tarán de noche. Y les dijo, salid de medio de mi pueblo vosotros y los hijos de Israel, y id servid a Jehová, como habeas dicha. Tomad también vuestras ovejas y vuestras vacas, como habeas dicha, y idos, y bendeciden también a mí. Los Israelitas salieron de Egipto. Éxodo 12:37 registra. Partieron los hijos de Israel de Rameses a Sucot, como 600,000 hombres de a pie, sin contar los niños. Dios los guió. Éxodo 1:3-1-2 describe. Y Jehová iba delante de ellos de día, en una columna de nube para guiarlos por el camino. Y de noche en una columna de fuego para alumbrarlos, a fin de que anduviesen de día y de noche. Nunca se apartó de delante del pueblo la columna de nube de día, y de noche la columna de fuego. Pero el corazón del Faraón cambió. Éxodo 14:5 registra. Y fue dado aviso al rey de Egipto que el pueblo huya. Y el corazón de Faraón y de sus siervos se volvió contra el pueblo y dijeron. Como hemos hecho esto de haber dejado a Israel para que no nos sirva. El Faraón preparó su ejército. Éxodo 14:67 narra. Y unció su carro y tomó consigo su pueblo. Y tomó 600 carros escogidos y todos los carros de Egipto. Y los capitanes sobre todos ellos. Los israelitas vieron el ejército acercándose. Éxodo 14:10:1 describe su terror. Y cuando Faraón se hubo acercado, los hijos de Israel alzaron sus ojos. Y he aquí que los egipcios venían tras ellos, por lo que los hijos de Israel temieron en gran manera, y clamaron a Jehová y dijeron a Moisés. ¿No había sepulcros en Egipto que nos has sacado para que moramos en el desierto? ¿Por qué has hecho así con nosotros que nos has sacado de Egipto? ¿No es esto lo que te hablamos en Egipto diciendo? ¿Dejanos servir a los egipcios? Porque mejor nos fuera servir a los egipcios que morir nosotros en el desierto. Moisés respondió. Éxodo 14:13 registra. Y Moisés dijo al pueblo. No temáis. Estad firmes y ved la salvación que Jehová hará hoy con vosotros. Porque los egipcios que hoy habéis visto, nunca más para siempre los veréis. Jehová peleará por vosotros y vosotros estaréis tranquilos. Vino la instrucción. Éxodo 14:16 declara. Y tu alza tu vara y extien tu mano sobre el mar, y dividelo y entren los hijos de Israel por en medio del mar en seco. Moisés obedeció. Éxodo 1:41:22 narra. Y extendió Moisés su mano sobre el mar. Y hizo Jehová que el mar se retires por recio viento oriental toda aquella noche. Y volvió el mar en seco. Y las aguas quedaron divididas. Entonces los hijos de Israel entraron por en medio del mar en seco, teniendo las aguas como muro a su derecha y a su izquierda. Los egipcios los persiguieron. Éxodo 14:23-24 registra. Y siguiéndolos los egipcios, entraron tras ellos hasta la mitad del mar. Toda la caballería de Faraón, sus carros y su gente de a caballo. Aconteció a la vigilia de la mañana que Jehová miró el campamento de los egipcios desde la columna de fuego, y nube, y trastorno el campamento de los egipcios. Dios quitó las rutas de sus carros. Los egipcios intent eran huir. Éxodo 1:4-6-8 describe, y Jehová dijo a Moisés, extiende tu mano sobre el mar para que las aguas vuelvan sobre los egipcios, sobre sus carros y sobre su caballería. Entonces Moisés extendió su mano sobre el mar, y cuando amaneció, el mar se volvió en toda su fuerza y los egipcios al huir se encontraban con el mar. Y Jehová derribó a los egipcios en medio del mar, y volvieron las aguas y cubrieron los carros y la caballería. Y todo el ejército de Faraón que había entrado tras ellos en el mar, no quedó de ellos en uno. Éxodo 14:301 concluye. Así salvó Jehová aquel día a Israel de mano de los egipcios. Y Israel vio a los egipcios muertos a la orilla del mar. Y vio Israel aquel grande hecho que Jehová ejecutó contra los egipcios. Y el pueblo temió a Jehová. Y creyeron a Jehová y a Moisés, su siervo. Los israelitas celebraron. Pero 3 días después llegaron a Mara. Éxodo 1:5-3-4 Nara. Y llegaron a Mara y no pudieron beber las aguas de Mara porque eran amargas. Por eso lo pusieron el nombre de Mara. Entonces el pueblo murmuró contra Moisés y dijo, ¿qué hemos de beber? Dios mostró un árbol a Moisés. Éxodo 15:25 registra, y Moisés clamó a Jehová. Y Jehová le mostró un árbol, y lo echó en las aguas se indulgeron. Llegaron al desierto de Sin. Éxodo 16:23 describe, y toda la congregación de los hijos de Israel murmuró contra Moisés y Aaron en el desierto, y les dicen los hijos de Israel, Oyala hubiéramos muerto por mano de Jehová en la tierra de Egipto cuando nos sentábamos a las alas de carne, cuando comíamos pan hasta saciarnos. Pues nos habías sacado a este desierto para matar de hambre a toda esta multitud. Dios respondió. Éxodo 16:4 declara. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés, he aquí, yo os haré llover pan del cielo, y el pueblo saldrá y recogerá diariamente la porción de un día, para que yo lo probase en mi leo, y ese tard llegaron codornices. Éxodo 16:13 Nara. Y venida la tard subieron codornices que cubrieron el campamento, por la mañana apareció el maná. Éxodo 16:15 describe, y cuando el rocío cesó de descender, he aquí sobre la faz del desierto una cosa menuda, redonda, menuda como una escarcha sobre la tierra, y viéndolo los hijos de Israel, se dijeron unos a otros, ¿qué es esto? Porque no sabían qué era. Entonces Moisés les dijo, es el pan que Jehová os da para comer. Las instructions eran específicas. Éxodo 16:18 registra, esto es lo que Jehová ha mandado. Requij de el cada uno según lo que pudiera comer. Un gomer por cabeza conforme el número de vuestras personas temerias cada uno para los que están en su tienda. Y los hijos de Israel lo hicieron así. Y requijaron unos más, otros menos, y lo median por gomer. Y no sobró el que había requijido mucho, en faltó el que había requijido poco. Cada uno recogió conforme a lo que había de comer. Llegaron a Rephidim sin agua. Éxodo 17:23 Nara. Y altercó el pueblo con Moisés y dijeron, danos agua para que bebamos. Y Moisés les dijo, ¿por qué altercáis conmigo? ¿Por qué tentáis a Jehová? Así que el pueblo tuvo alianza duro contra Moisés y dijo, ¿por qué nos hiciste subir de Egipto para matarnos de sed? A nuestros hijos y a nuestros ganados? Dios instruyó a Moisés. Éxodo 17:56 registra, y Jehová dijo a Moisés, pasa delante del pueblo y toma contigo de los ancianos de Israel y toma también en tu mano tu vara con que golpeaste el río. Y vi, he aquí que yo estar delante de ti ali sobre la pena en ob, y golpearás la pena, y saldrán de ella aguas, y beber el pueblo. Why Moisés lo hizo así? En presencia de los ancianos de Israel. Cuando golpeó la roca, brotó agua abundante. Los israelitas llegaron al Sinai 3 meses después de salir de Egipto. Éxodo 19:12 registra en el mes tercero de la salida de los hijos de Israel de la tierra de Egipto. En el mismo día llegaron al desierto de Sinai. Habían salido de Rephidim y llegaron al desierto de Sinai y acamparon en el desierto. Y acampó ali Israel delante del monte. Dios llamó a Moisés. Éxodo 19:36 declara, Y Moisés subió a Dios, y Jehová lo llamó desde el monte diciendo, Así dirás a la casa de Jacob y anunciarás a los hijos de Israel. Vosotros visteis lo que hais a los egipcios. Y como os tomé sobre alas de aguilas y os he traído a mí. Ahora, pues, si diréis oído a mi voz y guardaréis mi pacto. Vosotros seréis mi especial tesoro sobre todos los pueblos. Porque mía es toda la tierra. Y vosotros mi seréis un reino de sacerdotes y gente santa. El pueblo respondió. Éxodo registra. Y to do el pueblo respondió a una. Y dijeron. To do lo que Jehová ha dicho, hermos. Dios preparó el pueblo. Éxodo 19:101 narra. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés. Vi el pueblo y santificalos hoy y mañana, y laven sus vestidos y estén preparados para el día tercero. Porque el tercer día Jehová descendrá a ojos de todo el pueblo sobre el monte de Sinai. El tercer día lego. Éxodo 19:16-18 describe. Acanti. Cio que el tercer. The father, filled with concern, questioned them. Why have you come back so early today? They replied. An Egyptian man rescued us from the shepherds and even drew water for us and watered the flock. Jethro, recognizing the hand of providence, extended an invitation to Moses, welcoming him into their home. Exodus 2 verses 21-22 concludes, Moses agreed to stay with the man, who gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses in marriage. She gave birth to a son, and he named him Gershom, for he said, I have become a foreigner in a foreign land. As Moses settled into life in Midian, the situation back in Egypt was deteriorating rapidly. Exodus 2 verses 23-25 recounts. During that long period, the king of Egypt died. The Israelites groaned in their slavery and cried out, and their cry for help because of their slavery went up to God. God heard their groaning, and he remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So God looked on the Israelites and was concerned about them. One day, as Moses tended the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law and a priest of Midian, he led the sheep far into the wilderness, arriving at Horeb, the mountain of God. Exodus 3 verses 1-2 narrates. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses saw that though the bush was on fire, it did not burn up. Intrigued by this extraordinary sight, Moses drew closer. Exodus 3 verses 3-4 records. So Moses thought, I will go over and see this strange sight, why the bush does not burn up. When the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush. Moses, 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 startled but respectful, responded, Here I am. God then gave him a solemn instruction. Exodus 3 verse 5 states, Do not come any closer, God said. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. God identified himself in unmistakable terms. Exodus 3 verse 6 declares, Then he said, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Overcome with awe and fear, Moses covered his face, for he was afraid to look at God. God proceeded to explain his divine purpose. Exodus 3 verses 7-8 records. The Lord said, I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey. Then came the divine commission. Exodus 3 verse 10 declares, So now go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people the Israelites out of Egypt. Moses, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the task, responded with profound doubt. Exodus 3 verse 11 records. But Moses said to God, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" God reassured him, promising his unwavering presence. Exodus 3 verse 12 says, "And God said, I will be with you, and this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain." Driven by a desire to properly represent God to the people, Moses inquired about his name. Exodus 3 verse 13 records. Moses said to God, "Suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' Then what shall I tell them?" The answer was profound and eternal. Exodus 3 verse 14 records. God said to Moses, "I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you." Exodus 3 verse 15 continues. God also said to Moses, "Say to the Israelites, 'The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, the name you shall call me from generation to generation." Yet, Moses remained hesitant, fearing the disbelief of the Israelites. Exodus 4 verse 1 expresses, Moses answered, "What if they do not believe me or listen to me and say, 'The Lord has not appeared to you?'" God, in his patience, provided miraculous signs to validate Moses' mission. Despite these displays of power, Moses persisted in his reluctance. Exodus 4 verse 10 records. Moses said to the Lord, "Pardon your servant, Lord. I've never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of speech and tongue." God responded with divine authority. Exodus 4 verse 11 says, "The Lord said to him, 'Who gave human beings their mouths? Who makes them deaf or mute? Who gives them sight or makes them blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will help you speak and will teach you what to say." Finally, in desperation, Moses pleaded for God to send someone else. Exodus 4 verses 13 to 14 narrates, "But Moses said, 'Pardon your servant, Lord. Please send someone else to do it.' Then the Lord's anger burned against Moses, and he said, 'What about your brother, Aaron the Levite? I know he can speak well. He is already on his way to meet you, and he will be glad to see you.' At the age of 80, Moses returned to Egypt, ready to confront Pharaoh. Exodus 5 verse 1 records. Afterward Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says, 'Let my people go so that they may hold a festival to me in the wilderness.'" Pharaoh's response was arrogant and defiant. Exodus 5 verse 2 declares, Pharaoh said, "Who is the Lord, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." In defiance, Pharaoh increased the workload of the Israelites. Exodus 5 verses 7 to 9 narrates, "You are no longer to supply the people with straw for making bricks. Let them go and gather their own straw, but require them to make the same number of bricks as before. Don't reduce the quota. They are lazy. That is why they are crying out, 'Let us go and sacrifice to our God.' Make the work harder for the people so they keep occupied and stop paying attention to false messages." Then began the series of devastating plagues. The first turned the water into blood. Exodus 7 verses 20 to 21 describes, Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. He raised his staff in the presence of Pharaoh and his officials and struck the water of the Nile, and all the water was changed into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad that the Egyptians could not drink its water. Blood was everywhere in Egypt. Yet, Pharaoh remained unyielding. The second plague brought frogs. Exodus 8 verse 6 records, "So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land. Pharaoh promised to let the people go, but hardened his heart when the frogs died. The third plague turned the dust into gnats. Exodus 8 verse 17 says, "When Aaron struck the dust with his staff, gnats came on people and animals. All the dust throughout the land of Egypt became gnats. But Pharaoh refused to listen. The fourth plague brought swarms of flies. Exodus 8 verse 24 narrates, "And the Lord did this. Dense swarms of flies poured into Pharaoh's palace and into the houses of his officials. Throughout Egypt the land was ruined by the flies. This time Goshen was spared, but Pharaoh again changed his mind. The fifth plague brought a pestilence on the livestock." Exodus 9 verse 6 records, "The next day the Lord did it. All the livestock of the Egyptians died, but not one animal belonging to the Israelites died. Yet Pharaoh's heart remained hardened." The sixth plague produced boils. Exodus 9 verse 10 describes, "So they took soot from a furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses tossed it into the air, and festering boils broke out on people and animals. The Pharaoh's heart remained unmoved." The seventh plague was hail. Exodus 9 verse 23 narrates, "When Moses stretched out his staff toward the sky, the Lord sent thunder and hail, and lightning flashed down to the ground. So the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. Hail fell and lightning flashed back and forth. It was the worst storm in all the land of Egypt since it had become a nation. Throughout Egypt hail struck everything that was in the fields, both people and animals. It beat down everything growing in the fields and stripped every tree. Only Goshen was spared. Pharaoh repented again. The eighth plague brought locusts. Exodus 10 verse 15 describes, "They covered all the ground until it was black. They devoured all that was left after the hail, everything growing in the fields and the fruit on the trees. Nothing green remained on tree or plant in all the land of Egypt." But Pharaoh hardened his heart once more. The ninth plague plunged Egypt into darkness. Exodus 10 verses 21 to 23 records, "Then the Lord said to Moses, 'Stretch out your hand toward the sky so that darkness will spread over Egypt. Padre el les dijo. Porque habeas venido hoy tan pronto? Ellos respondieron, Un varón egipcio nos defendió de mano de los pastores, y también nos sacó el agua, y dio de beber a las ovejas. Jethro invitó a Moisés. Éxodo 2:21-22 conclui. Y Moisés convino en morar con aquel varón, y él dio su hija Sephora por mujer a Moisés. Y ella le dio a luz a un hijo y él le puso por nombre Gerson, porque dijo, Forastro soy en tierra ayana. Mientras Moisés vivía en Madian. La situación empeoraba en Egipto. Éxodo 2325 describe, Acanti. Eco que después de muchos días murió el rey de Egipto y los hijos de Israel gemían, a causa de la servidumbre y clamaron. Y subió a Dios el clamor de ellos con motivo de su servidumbre. Y oyó Dios el gemido de ellos y ese acordó de su pacto con Abraham, Isaac y Jacob. Y miró Dios a los hijos de Israel y los reconoció Dios. Un día Moisés pastoriba el rebaño. Éxodo 3:12 narra. Apacentando Moisés, las ovejas de Jethro, su sugro, sacerdote de Madian. Levo las ovejas a través del desierto y luego hasta Oreb, monte de Dios. Y ese lu aparicio el ángel de Jehová en una llama de fuego en medio de una zarza. Y el miró y vio que la zarza ardía en fuego y la zarza no se consumía. Moisés se acercó. Éxodo 334 registra. Entonces Moisés dijo, Ir yo ahora y ver esta grande visión. Porque causa la zarza no se quema. Viendo Jehová que el iba a ver. Lo llamó Dios de en medio de la zarza y dijo, Moisés, Moisés. Y él respondió, Heme aquí. Dios lu dio una instrucción. Éxodo 3:5 dice. Y dijo no te acerques. Cuida tu calzado de tus pies. Porque el lugar en que tú estás tierra santa es. Dios se identificó. Éxodo 3:6 declara. Y dijo. Yo soy el Dios de tu padre. Dios de Abraham. Dios de Isaac y Dios de Jacob. Entonces Moisés cubrió su rostro porque tuvo miedo de mirar a Dios. Dios explicó su propósito. Éxodo 36:78 registra. Dijo luego Jehová. Bien he visto la aflicción de mi pueblo que está en Egipto. Y he oído su clamor a causa de sus exactores. Pues y conocido sus angustias y he descendido para librarlos de mano de los egipcios y sacarlos de aquella tierra a una tierra buena y ancha. A tierra que flui leche y miel. Vino la comisión. Éxodo 3:10 declara. Ven, por tanto. Ahora y te enviaré a Faraón para que, saques de Egipto a mi pueblo. Los hijos de Israel. Moisés respondió con dudas. Éxodo 3:11 registra. Entonces Moisés respondió a Dios. ¿Quién soy yo para que vaya a Faraón, y saque de Egipto a los hijos de Israel? Dios lo aseguró. Éxodo 3:12 dice. Y él respondió. Ve, porque yo estar contigo. Y esto te será por señal de que yo te he enviado. Cuando hayas sacado de Egipto al pueblo, servirías a Dios sobre este monte. Moisés preguntó por el nombre de Dios. Éxodo 3:13 registra. Dijo Moisés a Dios. He aquí que lego yo a los hijos de Israel y les digo. El Dios de vuestros padres me ha enviado a vosotros. Si ellos me preguntan. ¿Cuál es su nombre? Heli. ¿Que lo respondrá? La respuesta fue profunda. Éxodo 3:14 registra. Y respondió Dios a Moisés. Yo soy el que soy. Y dijo. Así dirás a los hijos de Israel. Yo soy mi envío a vosotros. Éxodo 3:15 continúa. Además dijo Dios a Moisés. Así dirás a los hijos de Israel, Jehová. El Dios de vuestros padres. El Dios de Abraham. Dios de Isaac y Dios de Jacob. Me ha enviado a vosotros. Este es mi nombre para siempre. Con él así me recordará por todos los siglos. Moisés seguía dudando. Éxodo 4:1 expresa. Entonces Moisés respondió diciendo. He aquí que ellos no me creerán en I oirán mi voz. Porque dirán. No te ha aparecido Jehová. Dios lo dio señales milagrosas. Pero Moisés seguía resistiéndose. Éxodo 4:10 registra. Entonces dijo Moisés a Jehová. Ay, Señor, nunca he sido hombre de fácil palabra. En I antes. En I desde que tú hablas a tu siervo. Porque soy tardo en el habla y torpe de lengua. Dios respondió. Éxodo 4:11 dice. Y Jehová lo respondió. ¿Quién dio la boca al hombre? ¿O quién hizo el mudo y el sordo el que vi y el ciego? ¿No soy yo, Jehová? Ahora pues. Vi y yo estar con tu boca y te enseñar lo que has de hablar. Finalmente, Moisés pidió que enviara otro. Éxodo 13:14 narra. Y él dijo. Ay, Señor, envía, te ruego, por medio del que debes enviar. Entonces Jehová se enojó contra Moisés y dijo. No conozco yo a tu hermano Aaron Levita, y que él habla bien. Y he aquí que él saldrá a recibir y el vert se alegrará en su corazón. Moisés regresó a Egipto con 80 años. Moisés y Aaron se presentaron ante el Faraón. Éxodo 5:1 registra. Después Moisés y Aaron entraron a la presencia de Faraón y le dijeron. Jehová, el Dios de Israel, dice así. Deja ir a mi pueblo a celebrar fiesta en el desierto. La respuesta fue arrogante. Éxodo 5:2 declara. Y Faraón respondió. ¿Quién es Jehová para que yo oiga su voz y deje ir a Israel? Yo no conozco a Jehová. En I tampoco dejaré ir a Israel. El Faraón aumentó la carga de trabajo. Éxodo 5 hours 79 minutes. Nara. De aquí en adelante no darías paja el pueblo para hacer ladrillo como hasta ahora. Vayan ellos y recogen por sí mismas la paja y les impondréis la misma tarea de ladrillo que hacían antes. Y no les disminuirías nada porque están ociosos. Y por eso levantan la voz diciendo. Vamos y ofrezcamos sacrificios en nuestro Dios. Agravéis la servidumbre sobre ellos. Entonces comenzarán las plagas. La primera convirtió el agua en sangre. Éxodo 7:20-21 describe. Y Moisés y Aaron hicieron como Jehová lo mandó. Y alzando la vara, golpeó las aguas que había en el río en presencia de Faraón y de sus siervos. Y todas las aguas que había en el río se convirtieron en sangre. Asimismo los peces que había en el río murieron. Y el río se corrompió. Tanto que los egipcios no podían beber de él, y hubo sangre por toda la tierra de Egipto. Pero el faraón no dejó ir el pueblo. La segunda plaga trajo ranas. Éxodo 8:86 registra. Entonces Aaron extendió su mano sobre las aguas de Egipto, y subieron ranas que cubrieron la tierra de Egipto. El faraón permitió dejar ir el pueblo. Pero endureció su corazón cuando las ranas murieron. La tercera plaga convirtió el polvo en piojos. Éxodo 8:17 dice. Y ellos lo hicieron así. Y Aaron extendió su mano con su vara y golpeó el polvo de la tierra. El cual se volvió piojos. Así en los hombres como en las bestias. Todo el polvo de la tierra se volvió piojos en todo el país de Egipto. Pero el faraón no escuchó. La cuarta plaga envió moscas. Éxodo 8:24 narra. Y Jehová lo hizo así. Y vino gran cantidad de moscas a la casa de faraón y a las casas de sus siervos y en todo el país de Egipto. Y la tierra fue corrompida a causa de ellas. Esta vez Gozan no fue afectada. Pero el faraón volvió a cambiar de opinión. La quinta plaga trajo peste sobre el ganado. Éxodo 9:6 registra. Y Jehová hizo aquello al día siguiente. Y murió todo el ganado de Egipto. Mas del ganado de los hijos de Israel no murió uno. El faraón se endureció aún más. La sexta plaga produjo úlceras. Éxodo 9:10 describe. Y tomaron ceniza del horno y se pusieron delante de faraón, y la esparció Moisés hacia el cielo. Y hubo zarpulito que produjo úlceras tanto en los hombres como en las bestias. El corazón del faraón permaneció duro. La séptima plaga fue granizo. Éxodo 9:23 narra. Y Moisés extendió su vara hacia el cielo. Y Jehová hizo tronar y granizar. Y el fuego se descargaba sobre la tierra. Y lo vio Jehová granizo sobre la tierra de Egipto. Hubo pues granizo y fuego mezclado con el granizo. Tan grande que nunca hubo en toda la tierra de Egipto desde que fue habitada. Y aquel granizo hirió en toda la tierra de Egipto todo lo que estaba en el campo. Así hombres como bestias. Asimismo destrozó el granizo toda la hierba del campo, y descayó todos los árboles del país. Solo en Gozan no hubo granizo. El faraón se arrepintió nuevamente. La octava plaga trajo langostas. Éxodo 10:15 describe. Y subió la langosta sobre toda la tierra de Egipto y se asentó en todo el país de Egipto en tan gran cantidad como no la hubo antes en y la habrá después. Y cubrió la faz de todo el país y oscureció la tierra. Y consumió toda la hierba de la tierra y todo el fruto de los árboles que había dejado el granizo. No quedó cosa verde en árboles en hierba del campo. En toda la tierra de Egipto. Pero el faraón volvió a endurecerse. La novena plaga sumió a Egipto en oscuridad. Éxodo 10:21-23 registra. Jehová dijo a Moisés. Extiende tu mano hacia el cielo para que haya tinieblas sobre la tierra de Egipto. Tanto que cualquiera las palpe. Y extendió Moisés su mano hacia el cielo. Y hubo densas tinieblas sobre toda la tierra de Egipto por 3 días. Ninguno vio a su prójimo. Y nadie se levantó de su lugar en 3 días. Mas todos los hijos de Israel tenían luz en sus habitaciones. Éxodo 10:289 narra el final. Y le dijo faraón. Retirate de mí. Guarde que no veas más mi rostro. Porque en cualquier día que viers mi rostro morirás. Y Moisés respondió. Bien has dicho. No ver más tu rostro. Dios reveló la décima plaga. Éxodo 11:45 registra. Y dijo Moisés. Jehová ha dicho así. A la medianoche yo saldré por en medio de Egipto y morirá todo primigenito en tierra de Egipto. Desde el primigenito de faraón que se sienta, en su trono hasta el primigenito de la sierva que está tras el molino. Y todo primigenito de las bestias. Pero Dios preveó escape. Exodo 12:3 Registra, habla de toda la congregación de Israel, diciendo, en el ten de este mes. Temis cada uno cordero según las familias de los padres, un cordero por familia. Exodo 12:56 especifica, el animal será sin defecto macho de un ano. Lo temerias de las ovejas o de las cabras y lo guardaréis hasta el día 14 de este mes. Y lo inmolará toda la congregación del pueblo de Israel entre las dos tardes. Lo crucial era la sangre. Exodo 12:7 instrui. Y tomarán de la sangre y la pondrán en los dos posts y en el dintel de las casas en que lo han de comer. Exodo 12:11 especifica, y lo comeréis así, senados vuestros lomos, vuestro calzado en vuestros pies y vuestro bordón en vuestra mano, y lo comeréis apresuradamente. Es la Pascua de Jehová. Dios explicó el propósito. Exodo 12:13 declara, pues yo pasar aquella noche por la tierra de Egipto y herir a todo primigenito en la tierra de Egipto, así de los hombres como de las bestias, y ejecutar mis juicios en todos los dioses de Egipto, yo Jehová, y la sangre os será por señal en las casas donde vosotros estías, y vir la sangre y pasar de vosotros, y no habrá en vosotros plaga de mortandad cuando hierra la tierra de Egipto. Lego la medianoche. Exodo 12:29-30 describe, y aconteció que a la medianoche Jehová hirió a todo primigenito en la tierra de Egipto, desde el primigenito de Faraón, que así sentaba sobre su trono, hasta el primigenito del cautivo, que estaba en la cárcel y todo primigenito de los animales. Y así levantó aquella noche Faraón, él y todos sus siervos y todos los egipcios. Y hubo un gran clamor en Egipto, porque no había casa donde no hubiese un muerto. El Faraón llamó a Moisés. Exodo 1:23-1:32 registra. Y hizo llamar a Moisés y a Taran de noche, y les dijo, salid de medio de mi pueblo vosotros y los hijos de Israel, y id servid a Jehová, como habeas dica. Tomad también vuestras ovejas y vuestras vacas, como habeas dica, y idos, y bendeciden también a mí. Los israelitas salieron de Egipto. Exodo 12:37 registra. Partirán los hijos de Israel de Rameses a Sucot, como 600,000 hombres de a pie, sin contar los niños. Dios los guió. Exodo 1:3-1-2 describe, y Jehová iba delante de ellos de día, en una columna de nube para guiarlos por el camino, y de noche en una columna de fuego para alumbrarlos, a fin de que anduviesen de día y de noche. Nunca se apartó de delante del pueblo la columna de nube de día, en y de noche la columna de fuego. Pero el corazón del Faraón cambió. Exodo 14:5 registra, y fue dado aviso al rey de Egipto que el pueblo huya, y el corazón de Faraón y de sus siervos se volvió contra el pueblo y dijeron, como hemos hecho esto de haber dejado a Israel para que no nos sirva. El Faraón preparó su ejército. Exodo 14:67 narra, y unció su carro y tomó consigo su pueblo, y tomó 600 carros escogidos y todos los carros de Egipto, y los capitanes sobre todos ellos. Los israelitas vieron el ejército acercándose. Exodo 14:10:1 describe su terror. Y cuando Faraón se hubo acercado, los hijos de Israel alzaron sus ojos. Y he aquí que los egipcios venían tras ellos, por lo que los hijos de Israel temieron en gran manera, y clamaron a Jehová y dijeron a Moisés, ¿no había sepulcros en Egipto que nos has sacado para que moramos en el desierto? ¿Por qué has hecho así con nosotros que nos has sacado de Egipto? ¿No es esto lo que te hablamos en Egipto diciendo, déjanos servir a los egipcios? Porque mejor nos fuera servir a los egipcios que morir nosotros en el desierto. Moisés respondió. Éxodo 14:13 registra. Y Moisés dijo al pueblo, no temáis, estad firmes y ved la salvación que Jehová hará hoy con vosotros. Porque los egipcios que hoy habéis visto, Nunca más para siempre los varios. Jehová pelea por vosotros y vosotros estaréis tranquilos. Vino la instrucción. Éxodo 14:16 declara, y tu alza tu vara y extien tu mano sobre el mar, y dividelo y entren los hijos de Israel por en medio del mar en seco. Moisés obedeció. Éxodo 1:41:22 nara. Y extendió Moisés su mano sobre el mar. Y hizo Jehová que el mar se retires por recio viento oriental toda aquella noche. Y volvió el mar en seco. Y las aguas quedaron divididas. Entonces los hijos de Israel entraron por en medio del mar en seco, teniendo las aguas como muro a su derecha y a su izquierda. Los egipcios los persiguieron. Éxodo 14:23. 24 registra. Y siguiéndolos los egipcios, entraron tras ellos hasta la mitad del mar. Toda la caballería de Faraón. Sus carros y su gente de a caballo. Aconteció a la vigilia de la mañana que Jehová miró el campamento de los egipcios desde la columna de fuego, y nube, y trastornó el campamento de los egipcios. Dios quitó las ruedas de sus carros. Los egipcios intentaron huir. Éxodo 1:4-6-8 describe, y Jehová dijo a Moisés, extien tu mano sobre el mar para que las aguas vuelvan sobre los egipcios, sobre sus carros y sobre su caballería. Entonces Moisés extendió su mano sobre el mar. Y cuando amaneció, el mar se volvió en toda su fuerza y los egipcios al huir se encontraban con el mar. Y Jehová derribó a los egipcios en medio del mar. Y volvieron las aguas y cubrieron los carros y la caballería. Y todo el ejército de Faraón que había entrado tras ellos en el mar. No quedó de ellos en uno. Éxodo 14:301 concluye. Así salvó Jehová aquel día a Israel de mano de los egipcios. Y Israel vio a los egipcios muertos a la orilla del mar. Y vio Israel aquel grande hecho que Jehová ejecutó contra los egipcios. Y el pueblo temió a Jehová. Y creyeron a Jehová y a Moisés, su siervo. Los israelitas celebraron. Pero 3 días después llegaron a Mara. Éxodo 1:5-3-4 nara. Y llegaron a Mara y no pudieron beber las aguas de Mara porque eran amargas. Por eso lo pusieron el nombre de Mara. Entonces el pueblo murmuró contra Moisés y dijo, ¿qué hemos de beber? Dios mostró un árbol a Moisés. Éxodo 15:25 registra. Y Moisés clamó a Jehová. Y Jehová le mostró un árbol, y lo echo en las aguas se indulgeron. Llegaron al desierto de Sin. Éxodo 16:23 describe, y toda la congregación de los hijos de Israel murmuró contra Moisés y Aaron en el desierto, y les dicen los hijos de Israel, Oyala hubiéramos muerto por mano de Jehová en la tierra de Egipto cuando nos sentábamos a las alas de carne, cuando comíamos pan hasta saciarnos. Pues nos habías sacado a este desierto para matar de hambre a toda esta multitud. Dios respondió. Éxodo 16:4 declara. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés, he aquí, yo os haré llover pan del cielo, y el pueblo saldrá y recadrá diariamente la porción de un día, para que yo lo probase en mi leo, y ese tard llegaron codornices. Éxodo 16:13 nara. Y venida la tard subieron codornices que cubrieron el campamento, por la mañana apareció el maná. Éxodo 16:15 describe, y cuando el rocío cesó de descender, he aquí sobre la faz del desierto una cosa menuda, redonda, menuda como una escarcha sobre la tierra, y viéndolo los hijos de Israel, se dijeron unos a otros, ¿qué es esto? Porque no sabían qué era. Entonces Moisés les dijo, es el pan que Jehová os da para comer. Las instructions eran específicas. Éxodo 16:18 registra, esto es lo que Jehová ha mandado. Recage de el cada uno según lo que pudiera comer. Un gomer por cabeza conforme al número de vuestras personas temerarias cada uno para los que están en su tienda. Y los hijos de Israel lo hicieron así. Y recayeron unos más, otros menos, y lo median por Gomer. Y no sobró el que había recayido mucho, and I faltó el que había recayido poco. Cada uno recogió conforme a lo que había de comer. Legaron a Rephidim sin agua. Éxodo 17:23 Nara. Y alterco el pueblo con Moisés y dijeron, danos agua para que bebamos. Y Moisés les dijo, ¿por qué altercáis conmigo? ¿Por qué tentáis a Jehová? Así que el pueblo tuvo ali seguro contra Moisés y dijo, ¿por qué nos hiciste subir de Egipto para matarnos de sed? A nuestros hijos y a nuestros ganados? Dios instruyó a Moisés. Éxodo 17:56 registra. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés, pasa delante del pueblo y toma contigo de los ancianos de Israel y toma también en tu mano tu vara con que golpiste el río. Y vi. He aquí que yo estar delante de ti ali sobre la pena en ob. Y golpearas la pena. Y saldrán de ella aguas. Y beberá el pueblo. Y Moisés lo hizo así, en presencia de los ancianos de Israel. Cuando golpeó la roca, brotó agua abundante. Los israelitas llegaron al Sinai 3 meses después de salir de Egipto. Éxodo 19:12 registra en el mes tercero de la salida, de los hijos de Israel de la tierra de Egipto. En el mismo día llegaron al desierto de Sinai. Habían salido de Rephidim y llegaron al desierto de Sinai y acamparon en el desierto. Y acampó ali Israel delante del monte. Dios llamó a Moisés. Éxodo 19:36 declara. Y Moisés subió a Dios. Y Jehová lo llamó desde el monte diciendo. Así dirás a la casa de Jacob y anunciarás a los hijos de Israel. Vosotros vistias lo que hais a los egipcios. Y como os tomé sobre alas de aguilas y os he traído a mí. Ahora, pues, si diréis oído a mí vos y guardaréis mi pacto. Vosotros seréis mi especial tesoro sobre todos los pueblos. Porque mía es toda la tierra. Y vosotros mi seréis un reino de sacerdotes y gente santa. El pueblo respondió. Éxodo registra. Y to do el pueblo respondió a una. Y dijeron. To do lo que Jehová ha dicho, hermos. Dios preparó el pueblo. Éxodo 19:101 Nara. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés. Vi el pueblo y santificalos hoy y mañana, y laven sus vestidos y estén preparados para el día tercero. Porque el tercer día Jehová descendrá, a ojos de todo el pueblo sobre el monte de Sinai. El tercer día lego. Éxodo 19:16-18 describe. Acanti. Cio que el tercer. Father, they said to Ruel. Why have you come back so early today? An Egyptian man rescued us from the shepherds. They replied. And he even drew water for us and watered the flock. Word of Moses' bravery and kindness reached Jethro, who extended an invitation. Exodus 2 verses 21-22 recounts. Moses agreed to stay with the man, and he gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses in marriage. She gave birth to a son, and Moses named him Gershom, for he said, I have become a foreigner in a foreign land. While Moses dwelled in Midian, the plight of the Israelites in Egypt worsened under the iron fist of the Pharaoh. Exodus 2 verses 23-25 vividly describes the scene. During that long period, the king of Egypt died. The Israelites groaned in their slavery and cried out, and their cry for help because of their slavery went up to God. God heard their groaning, and he remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So God looked on the Israelites and was concerned about them. One day, as Moses tended the flock, a miraculous event unfolded. Exodus 3 verses 1-2 tells us, Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the far side of the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses' eyes beheld an impossible sight, a bush engulfed in flames, yet strangely unconsumed. Intrigued, Moses approached the spectacle. Exodus 3 verses 3-4 records. So Moses said, I will go over and see the strange sight, why the bush does not burn up. When the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush, "Moses, Moses." Startled and awestruck, Moses responded, "Here I am." God then issued a profound instruction. Exodus 3 verse 5 commanded, "Do not come any closer," God said. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." God then identified himself, declaring in Exodus 3 verse 6, "I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." Overcome with reverence and fear, Moses shielded his face, unable to bear the gaze of the Almighty. God then revealed his divine purpose. Exodus 3 verses 7 to 8 records the Lord saying, "I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey." With this came the divine commission. Exodus 3 verse 10 declared, "So now go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people the Israelites out of Egypt." Moses, humbled and aware of his limitations, responded with doubt. Exodus 3 verse 11 recounts, "But Moses said to God, 'Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?' God reassured him, offering unwavering support. Exodus 3 verse 12 states, "And God said, 'I will be with you, and this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain.'" Seeking further clarification, Moses inquired about God's name, anticipating the questions of his people. Exodus 3 verse 13 records, Moses said to God, "Suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' Then what shall I tell them?" The answer was profound and eternal. Exodus 3 verse 14 records, God said to Moses, "I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you." Exodus 3 verse 15 continues, God also said to Moses, "Say to the Israelites, 'The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, the name you shall call me from generation to generation." Despite the divine assurance, Moses remained hesitant. Exodus 4 verse 1 expresses his continued doubt. "What if they do not believe me or listen to me and say, 'The Lord has not appeared to you?'" God then provided miraculous signs to validate Moses' mission. But Moses persisted in his resistance. Exodus 4 verse 10 records, "O Lord, I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of speech and tongue." God responded with divine authority. Exodus 4 verse 11 asks, "Who gave human beings their mouths? Who makes them deaf or mute? Who gives them sight or makes them blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will help you speak and will teach you what to say." In a final plea, Moses asked God to send someone else. Exodus 4 verses 13 to 14 narrates, "But Moses said, 'Pardon your servant, Lord. Please send someone else.' Then the Lord's anger burned against Moses, and he said, 'What about your brother, Aaron the Levite? I know he can speak well. He is already on his way to meet you, and he will be glad to see you.' Moses, now 80 years old, finally relented and returned to Egypt. Together, Moses and Aaron confronted Pharaoh. Exodus 5 verse 1 records, "Afterward Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said, 'This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says, Let my people go so that they may hold a festival to me in the desert.'" Pharaoh's response was arrogant and defiant. Exodus 5 verse 2 declares, Pharaoh said, "Who is the Lord, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." Instead of yielding, Pharaoh intensified the Israelites' burden. Exodus 5 verses 7 to 9 recounts his decree. "You are no longer to supply the people with straw for making bricks. Let them go and gather their own straw, but require them to make the same number of bricks as before. Don't reduce the quota. They are lazy. That is why they are crying out, Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Make the work harder for the people so that they keep occupied and pay no attention to lies. Thus began a series of devastating plagues. The first turned the Nile River into blood. Exodus 7 verses 20 to 21 vividly describes, Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. He raised his staff in the presence of Pharaoh and his officials and struck the water of the Nile, and all the water was changed into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad that the Egyptians could not drink its water. Blood was everywhere in Egypt. Yet, Pharaoh remained unyielding. The second plague brought forth frogs in overwhelming numbers. Exodus 8 verse 6 recounts, So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land. Pharaoh promised to relent, but hardened his heart once the frogs were gone. The third plague transformed dust into gnats that tormented both humans and animals. Exodus 8 verse 17 states, When Aaron struck the dust of the ground, gnats came on humans and animals. All the dust throughout the land of Egypt became gnats. Still, Pharaoh refused to listen. The fourth plague unleashed swarms of flies. Exodus 8 verse 24 narrates, And the Lord did this. Dense swarms of flies poured into Pharaoh's palace and into the houses of his officials. Throughout Egypt the land was ruined by the flies. This time the land of Goshen remained untouched, but Pharaoh once again changed his mind. The fifth plague brought a devastating pestilence upon the livestock. Exodus 9 verse 6 records, The next day the Lord did it. All the livestock of the Egyptians died, but not one animal belonging to the Israelites died. Yet, Pharaoh hardened his heart further. The sixth plague afflicted the Egyptians with festering boils. Exodus 9 verse 10 describes, So they took soot from a furnace and stood before Pharaoh. Moses tossed it into the air, and festering boils broke out on humans and animals. Pharaoh's heart remained unyielding. The seventh plague brought a cataclysmic hailstorm. Exodus 9 verse 23 narrates, When Moses stretched out his staff toward the sky, the Lord sent thunder and hail, and lightning flashed down to the ground. So the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. Hail fell and lightning flashed back and forth. It was the worst storm in all the land of Egypt since it had become a nation. Throughout Egypt hail struck everything that was in the fields, both people and animals. It beat down everything growing in the fields and stripped every tree. Only Goshen was spared. Pharaoh momentarily repented. The eighth plague unleashed swarms of locusts. Exodus 10 verses 14 to 15 describes, Locusts invaded all Egypt and settled down in every area of the country in great numbers. Never before had there been such a plague of locusts, nor will there ever be again. They covered all the ground until it was black. They devoured all that was left after the hail, everything growing in the fields and the fruit on the trees. Nothing green remained on tree or plant in all the land of Egypt. Yet, Pharaoh hardened his heart once more. The ninth plague plunged Egypt into darkness. Exodus 10 verses 21 to 23 records, Then the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand toward the Padre, el les dijo. Porque habeas venido hoy tan pronto? Ellos respondieron, Un varón egipcio nos defendió de mano de los pastores, y también nos sacó el agua, y dio de beber a las ovejas. Jethro invitó a Moisés. Éxodo 2:21-22 conclui. Y Moisés convino en morar con aquel varón y él dio su hija Sephora por mujer a Moisés. Y ella le dio a luz a un hijo y él le puso por nombre Gerson, porque dijo, Forastro soy en tierra ajena. Mientras Moisés vivía en Madián, la situación empeoraba en Egipto. Éxodo 2325 describe, Acanti. Eco que después de muchos días murió el rey de Egipto y los hijos de Israel gemían, a causa de la servidumbre y clamaron. Y subió a Dios el clamor de ellos con motivo de su servidumbre. Y oyó Dios el gemido de ellos y ese acordó de su pacto con Abraham, Isaac y Jacob. Y miró Dios a los hijos de Israel y los reconoció Dios. Un día Moisés pastoreaba el rebaño. Éxodo 3:12 narra. Apacentando Moisés, las ovejas de Jethro, su sugro, sacerdote de Madián. Levo las ovejas a traves del desierto y lego hasta orb, monte de Dios. Y ese lu aparicio el ángel de Jehová en una llama de fuego en medio de una zarza. Y el miró y vio que la zarza ardía en fuego y la zarza no se consumía. Moisés se acercó. Éxodo 334 registra. Entonces Moisés dijo, Ir yo ahora y ver esta grande visión. Porque causa la zarza no se quema. Viendo Jehová que el iba a ver. Lo llamó Dios de en medio de la zarza y dijo, Moisés, Moisés. Y él respondió, Heme aquí. Dios lu dio una instrucción. Éxodo 3:5 dice. Y dijo no te acerques. Cuida tu calzado de tus pies. Porque el lugar en que tú estás tierra santa es. Dios se identificó. Éxodo 3:6 declara. Y dijo, Yo soy el Dios de tu padre, Dios de Abraham, Dios de Isaac y Dios de Jacob. Entonces Moisés cubrió su rostro porque tuvo miedo de mirar a Dios. Dios explicó su propósito. Éxodo 36:78 registra, dijo luego Jehová, Bien he visto la aflicción de mi pueblo que está en Egipto, y he oído su clamor a causa de sus exactores. Pues he conocido sus angustias y he descendido para librarlos de mano de los egipcios y sacarlos de aquella tierra a una tierra buena y ancha. A tierra que fluye leche y miel. Vino la comisión. Éxodo 3:10 declara. Ven, por tanto. Ahora y te enviaré a Faraón para que, saques de Egipto a mi pueblo. Los hijos de Israel. Moisés respondió con dudas. Éxodo 3:11 registra. Entonces Moisés respondió a Dios, ¿Quién soy yo para que vaya a Faraón, y saque de Egipto a los hijos de Israel? Dios lu aseguró. Éxodo 3:12 dice. Y él respondió, Ve, porque yo estar contigo. Y esto te será por señal de que yo te he enviado. Cuando hayas sacado de Egipto el pueblo, servirías a Dios sobre este monte. Moisés preguntó por el nombre de Dios. Éxodo 3:13 registra. Dijo Moisés a Dios. He aquí que lego yo a los hijos de Israel y les digo. El Dios de vuestros padres me ha enviado a vosotros. Si ellos me preguntan. ¿Cuál es su nombre? Heli. ¿Que lu respondrá? La respuesta fue profunda. Éxodo 3:14 registra. Y respondió Dios a Moisés. Yo soy el que soy. Y dijo. Así dirás a los hijos de Israel. Yo soy mi envío a vosotros. Éxodo 3:15 continúa. Además dijo Dios a Moisés. Así dirás a los hijos de Israel, Jehová. El Dios de vuestros padres. El Dios de Abraham. Dios de Isaac y Dios de Jacob. Me ha enviado a vosotros. Este es mi nombre para siempre. Con él así me recordará por todos los siglos. Moisés seguía dudando. Éxodo 4:1 expresa. Entonces Moisés respondió diciendo. He aquí que ellos no me creeran en I oiran mi voz. Porque dirán. No te ha aparecido Jehová. Dios lu dio señales milagrosas. Pero Moisés seguía resistiéndose. Éxodo 4:10 registra. Entonces dijo Moisés a Jehová. Ay, Señor, nunca he sido hombre de fácil palabra. En I antes. En I desde que tú hablas a tu siervo. Porque soy tardo en el habla y torpe de lengua. Dios respondió. Éxodo 4:11 dice. Y Jehová lu respondió. ¿Quién dio la boca al hombre? ¿O quién hizo el mudo y el sordo el que vi y el ciego? ¿No soy yo, Jehová? Ahora pues. Vi y yo estar con tu boca y te enseñar lo que has de hablar. Finalmente. Moisés pidió que enviara a otro. Éxodo 13:14 narra. Y él dijo. Ay, Señor, envía, te ruego, por medio del que debes enviar. Entonces Jehová se enojó contra Moisés y dijo. No conozco yo a tu hermano Aaron levita, y que él habla bien. Y he aquí que él saldrá a recibir y el vert se alegrará en su corazón. Moisés regresó a Egipto con 80 años. Moisés y Aaron se present Aaron ante el Faraón. Éxodo 5:1 registra. Después Moisés y Aaron entraron a la presencia de Faraón y le dijeron: Jehová, el Dios de Israel, dice así: Deja ir a mi pueblo a celebrar fiesta en el desierto. La respuesta fue arrogante. Éxodo 5:2 declara: Y Faraón respondió: ¿Quién es Jehová para que yo oiga su voz y deje ir a Israel? Yo no conozco a Jehová, en I tampoco dejaré ir a Israel. El Faraón aumentó la carga de trabajo. Éxodo 5:79. Nara. De aquí en adelante no darías paja al pueblo para hacer ladrillo como hasta ahora. Vayan ellos y recogen por sí mismas la paja y les impondréis la misma tarea de ladrillo que hacían antes. Y no les disminuirías nada porque están ociosos. Y por eso levantan la voz diciendo: Vamos y ofrezcamos sacrificios en nuestro Dios. Agravéis la servidumbre sobre ellos. Entonces comenzaron las plagas. La primera convirtió el agua en sangre. Éxodo 7:20-21 describe: Y Moisés y Aaron hicieron como Jehová lo mandó. Y alzando la vara, golpeó las aguas que había en el río en presencia de Faraón y de sus siervos. Y todas las aguas que había en el río se convirtieron en sangre. Asimismo los peces que había en el río murieron. Y el río se corrompió, tanto que los egipcios no podían beber de él, y hubo sangre por toda la tierra de Egipto. Pero el Faraón no dejó ir el pueblo. La segunda plaga trajo ranas. Éxodo 8:86 registra. Entonces Aaron extendió su mano sobre las aguas de Egipto, y subieron ranas que cubrieron la tierra de Egipto. El Faraón permitió dejar ir el pueblo, pero endureció su corazón cuando las ranas murieron. La tercera plaga convirtió el polvo en piojos. Éxodo 8:17 dice: Y ellos lo hicieron así. Y Aaron extendió su mano con su vara y golpeó el polvo de la tierra. El cual se volvió piojos. Así en los hombres como en las bestias. Todo el polvo de la tierra se volvió piojos en todo el país de Egipto. Pero el Faraón no escuchó. La cuarta plaga envió moscas. Éxodo 8:24 narra: Y Jehová lo hizo así. Y vino gran cantidad de moscas a la casa de Faraón y a las casas de sus siervos y en todo el país de Egipto. Y la tierra fue corrompida a causa de ellas. Esta vez Gozan no fue afectada, pero el Faraón volvió a cambiar de opinión. La quinta plaga trajo peste sobre el ganado. Éxodo 9:6 registra: Y Jehová hizo aquello al día siguiente. Y murió todo el ganado de Egipto. Mas del ganado de los hijos de Israel no murió uno. El Faraón se endureció aún más. La sexta plaga produjo úlceras. Éxodo 9:10 describe: Y tomaron ceniza del horno y se pusieron delante de Faraón, y la esparció Moisés hacia el cielo. Y hubo zarpulito que produjo úlceras tanto en los hombres como en las bestias. El corazón del Faraón permaneció duro. La séptima plaga fue granizo. Éxodo 9:23 narra: Y Moisés extendió su vara hacia el cielo. Y Jehová hizo tronar y granizar. Y el fuego se descargaba sobre la tierra. Y lo vio Jehová granizo sobre la tierra de Egipto. Hubo pues granizo y fuego mezclado con el granizo. Tan grande que nunca hubo en toda la tierra de Egipto desde que fue habitada. Y aquel granizo hirió en toda la tierra de Egipto todo lo que estaba en el campo, así hombres como bestias. Asimismo destrozó el granizo toda la hierba del campo, y descayó todos los árboles del país. Solo en Gozan no hubo granizo. El Faraón se arrepintió nuevamente. La octava plaga trajo langostas. Éxodo 10:15 describe: Y subió la langosta sobre toda la tierra de Egipto y se asentó en todo el país de Egipto en tan gran cantidad como no la hubo antes ni la habrá después. Y cubrió la faz de todo el país y oscureció la tierra. Y consumió toda la hierba de la tierra y todo el fruto de los árboles que había dejado el granizo. No puedo cosa verde en árboles en en hierba del campo, en toda la tierra de Egipto. Pero el faraón volvió a endurcerse. La novena plaga sumió a Egipto en oscuridad. Éxodo 10:21-23 registra. Jehová dijo a Moisés, extiende tu mano hacia el cielo para que haya tinieblas sobre la tierra de Egipto, tanto que cualquiera las palpe. Y extendió Moisés su mano hacia el cielo. Y hubo densas tinieblas sobre toda la tierra de Egipto por 3 días. Ninguno vio a su prójimo, en nadie se levantó de su lugar en 3 días. Mas todos los hijos de Israel tenían luz en sus habitations. Éxodo 10:289 Nara el final. Y lo dijo faraón, retirate de mí. Guarde que no veas más mi rostro. Porque en cualquier día que vieres mi rostro morirás. Y Moisés respondió, bien has dicho, no ver más tu rostro. Dios reveló la décima plaga. Éxodo 11:45 registra. Y dijo Moisés, Jehová ha dicho así. A la medianoche yo saldré por en medio de Egipto y morirá todo primigenito en tierra de Egipto. Desde el primigenito de faraón que se sienta, en su trono hasta el primigenito de la sierva que está tras el molino. Y todo primigenito de las bestias. Pero Dios preveó escape. Éxodo 12:3 registra. Habla a toda la congregación de Israel, diciendo, en el ten de este mes. Teméis cada uno cordero según las familias de los padres, un cordero por familia. Éxodo 12:56 especifica. El animal será sin defecto macho de un año. Lo tomarías de las ovejas o de las cabras y lo guardaréis hasta el día 14 de este mes. Y lo inmolará toda la congregación del pueblo de Israel entre las dos tardes. Lo crucial era la sangre. Éxodo 12:7 instruye. Y tomarán de la sangre y la pondrán en los dos postes y en el dintel de las casas en que lo han de comer. Éxodo 12:11 especifica. Y lo comeréis así. Cenados vuestros lomos, vuestro calzado en vuestros pies y vuestro bordón en vuestra mano. Y lo comeréis apresuradamente. Es la Pascua de Jehová. Dios explicó el propósito. Éxodo 12:13 declara. Pues yo pasar aquella noche por la tierra de Egipto y herir a todo primigenito en la tierra de Egipto. Así de los hombres como de las bestias. Y ejecutar mis juicios en todos los dioses de Egipto. Yo Jehová. Y la sangre os será por señal en las casas donde vosotros estéis. Y ver la sangre y pasar de vosotros. Y no habrá en vosotros plaga de mortandad cuando hierra la tierra de Egipto. Lego la medianoche. Éxodo 12:29-30 describe. Y aconteció que a la medianoche Jehová hirió a todo primigenito en la tierra de Egipto. Desde el primigenito de faraón, que se sentaba sobre su trono, hasta el primigenito del cautivo, que estaba en la cárcel y todo primigenito de los animales. Y se levantó aquella noche faraón, él y todos sus siervos y todos los egipcios. Y hubo un gran clamor en Egipto, porque no había casa donde no hubiese un muerto. El faraón llamó a Moisés. Éxodo 1:2-3-1-3-2 registra. Y hizo llamar a Moisés y a Tarán de noche. Y les dijo. Salid de medio de mi pueblo vosotros y los hijos de Israel. Id servid a Jehová. Como habeas dicho. Tomad también vuestras ovejas y vuestras vacas. Como habeas dicho. Idos. Y bendeciden también a mí. Los israelitas salieron de Egipto. Éxodo 12:37 registra. Partirán los hijos de Israel de Rameses a Sucot. Como 600,000 hombres de a pie. Sin contar los niños. Dios los guió. Éxodo 1:3-1-2-2 describe. Y Jehová iba delante de ellos de día, en una columna de nube para guiarlos por el camino. Y de noche en una columna de fuego para alumbrarlos. A fin de que anduviesen de día y de noche. Nunca se apartó de delante del pueblo la columna de nube de día. En de noche la columna de fuego. Pero el corazón del faraón cambió. Éxodo 14:5 registra. Y fue dado aviso el rey de Egipto que el pueblo huya. Y el corazón de Faraón y de sus siervos se volvió contra el pueblo y dijeron. Como hemos hecho esto de haber dejado a Israel para que no nos sirva. El Faraón preparó su ejército. Éxodo 14:67 Nara. Y unció su carro y tomó consigo su pueblo. Y tomó 600 carros escogidos y todos los carros de Egipto. Y los capitanes sobre todos ellos. Los israelitas vieron el ejército acercándose. Éxodo 14:10:1 describe su terror. Y cuando Faraón se hubo acercado, los hijos de Israel alzaron sus ojos. Y he aquí que los egipcios venían tras ellos. Por lo que los hijos de Israel temieron en gran manera, y clamaron a Jehová y dijeron a Moisés. ¿No había sepulcros en Egipto que nos has sacado para que moramos en el desierto? ¿Por qué has hecho así con nosotros que nos has sacado de Egipto? ¿No es esto lo que te hablamos en Egipto diciendo? ¿Dejanos servir a los egipcios? Porque mejor nos fuera servir a los egipcios que morir nosotros en el desierto. Moisés respondió. Éxodo 14:13 registra. Y Moisés dijo al pueblo. No temáis. Estad firmes y ved la salvación que Jehová hará hoy con vosotros. Porque los egipcios que hoy habéis visto, nunca más para siempre los veréis. Jehová peleará por vosotros y vosotros estaréis tranquilos. Vino la instrucción. Éxodo 14:16 declara. Y tu alza tu vara y extien tu mano sobre el mar, y dividelo y entran los hijos de Israel por en medio del mar en seco. Moisés obedeció. Éxodo 1:41:22 Nara. Y extendió Moisés su mano sobre el mar. Y hizo Jehová que el mar se retires por recio viento oriental toda aquella noche. Y volvió el mar en seco. Y las aguas quedaron divididas. Entonces los hijos de Israel entraron por en medio del mar en seco, teniendo las aguas como muro a su derecha y a su izquierda. Los egipcios los persiguieron. Éxodo 14:23-24 registra. Y siguiéndolos los egipcios, entraron tras ellos hasta la mitad del mar. Toda la caballería de Faraón. Sus carros y su gente de a caballo. Aconteció a la vigilia de la mañana que Jehová miró el campamento de los egipcios desde la columna de fuego, y nube, y trastornó el campamento de los egipcios. Dios quitó las ruedas de sus carros. Los egipcios intent eran huir. Éxodo 1:4-6-8 describe. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés. Extien tu mano sobre el mar para que las aguas vuelvan sobre los egipcios. Sobre sus carros y sobre su caballería. Entonces Moisés extendió su mano sobre el mar. Y cuando amaneció, el mar se volvió en toda su fuerza y los egipcios al huir se encontraban con el mar. Y Jehová derribó a los egipcios en medio del mar. Y volvieron las aguas y cubrieron los carros y la caballería. Y todo el ejército de Faraón que había entrado tras ellos en el mar. No quedó de ellos en uno. Éxodo 14:301 concluye. Así salvó Jehová aquel día a Israel de mano de los egipcios. Y Israel vio a los egipcios muertos a la orilla del mar. Y vio Israel aquel grande hecho que Jehová ejecutó contra los egipcios. Y el pueblo temió a Jehová. Y creyeron a Jehová y a Moisés, su siervo. Los israelitas celebraron. Pero 3 días después llegaron a Mara. Éxodo 1:5-3-4 Nara. Y llegaron a Mara y no pudieron beber las aguas de Mara porque eran amargas. Por eso le pusieron el nombre de Mara. Entonces el pueblo murmuró contra Moisés y dijo. ¿Qué hemos de beber? Dios mostró un árbol a Moisés. Éxodo 15:25 registra. Y Moisés clamó a Jehová. Y Jehová le mostró un árbol, y lo echo en las aguas se endulzaron. Llegaron al desierto de Sin. Éxodo 16:23 describe. Y toda la congregación de los hijos de Israel murmuró contra Moisés y Aaron en el desierto. Y les dicen los hijos de Israel. Oyala hubiéramos muerto por mano de Jehová en la tierra de Egipto cuando nos sentábamos a las alas de carne, cuando comíamos pan hasta saciarnos. Pues nos habeas sacado a este desierto para matar de hambre a toda esta multitud. Dios respondió. Éxodo 16:4 declara. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés, he aquí, yo os haré llover pan del cielo, y el pueblo saldrá y recogerá diariamente la porción de un día, para que yo lo probase en mi leo, y ese tard legarán codornices. Éxodo 16:13 narra. Y venida la tard subirán codornices que cubrirán el campamento, por la mañana apareció el maná. Éxodo 16:15 describe. Y cuando el rocío cesó de descender, he aquí sobre la faz del desierto una cosa menuda, redonda, menuda como una escarcha sobre la tierra. Y viéndolo los hijos de Israel, ese dijeron unos a otros, ¿qué es esto? Porque no sabían qué era. Entonces Moisés les dijo, es el pan que Jehová os da para comer. Las instructions eran específicas. Éxodo 16:18 registra, esto es lo que Jehová ha mandado. Requij de el cada uno según lo que pudiera comer. Un gomer por cabeza conforme al número de vuestras personas temerias cada uno para los que están en su tienda. Y los hijos de Israel lo hicieron así. Y requijaron unos más, otros menos, y lo median por gomer. Y no sobró el que había requijido mucho, en I faltó el que había requijido poco. Cada uno recogió conforme a lo que había de comer. Legaron a refidim sin agua. Éxodo 17:23 narra. Y altercó el pueblo con Moisés y dijeron, danos agua para que bebamos. Y Moisés les dijo, ¿por qué altercáis conmigo? ¿Por qué tentáis a Jehová? Así que el pueblo tuvo alianza duro contra Moisés y dijo, ¿por qué nos hiciste subir de Egipto para matarnos de sed? En vuestros hijos y en vuestros ganados? Dios instruyó a Moisés. Éxodo 17:56 registra. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés, pasa delante del pueblo y toma contigo de los ancianos de Israel y toma también en tu mano tu vara con que golpes del río. Y vi, he aquí que yo estar delante de ti ali sobre la pena en ob. Y golpearás la pena. Y saldrán de ella aguas. Y beberá el pueblo. Y Moisés lo hizo así, en presencia de los ancianos de Israel. Cuando golpeó la roca, brotó agua abundante. Los israelitas llegaron al Sinai 3 meses después de salir de Egipto. Éxodo 19:12 registra en el mes tercero de la salida de los hijos de Israel de la tierra de Egipto. En el mismo día llegaron al desierto de Sinai. Habían salido de Rephidim y llegaron al desierto de Sinai y acamparon en el desierto. Y acampó ali Israel delante del monte. Dios llamó a Moisés. Éxodo 19:36 declara. Y Moisés subió a Dios. Y Jehová lo llamó desde el monte diciendo. Así dirás a la casa de Jacob y anunciarás a los hijos de Israel. Vosotros visteis lo que hice a los egipcios. Y como os tomé sobre alas de aguilas y os he traído a mí. Ahora, pues, si diréis oído a mi voz y guardaréis mi pacto. Vosotros seréis mi especial tesoro sobre todos los pueblos. Porque mía es toda la tierra. Y vosotros mi seréis un reino de sacerdotes y gente santa. El pueblo respondió. Éxodo registra. Y todo el pueblo respondió a una. Y dijeron. To do lo que Jehová ha dicho, hermos. Dios preparó el pueblo. Éxodo 19:101 narra. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés. Vi al pueblo y santificalos hoy y mañana, y laven sus vestidos y estén preparados para el día tercero. Porque al tercer día Jehová descendrá a ojos de todo el pueblo sobre el monte de Sinai. El tercer día lego. Éxodo 19:16-18 describe. Acanti. Cio que al tercer. Father Jethro inquired. Why have you come home so early today? The daughters replied. An Egyptian man rescued us from the shepherds. He even drew water for us and watered our flock. Jethro then extended an invitation to Moses to stay with them. Exodus 2 verses 21 to 22 concludes, Moses agreed to stay with the man, who gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses in marriage. She gave birth to a son, and he named him Gershom, for he said, I have become a foreigner in a foreign land. While Moses resided in Midian, the situation in Egypt continued to worsen. Exodus 2 verses 23 to 25 describes, during that long period, the king of Egypt died. The Israelites groaned in their slavery and cried out, and their cry for help because of their slavery went up to God. God heard their groaning, and he remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So God looked on the Israelites and was concerned about them. One day, while Moses was tending the flock, Exodus 3 verses 1 to 2 recounts, now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the far side of the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses observed that the bush was ablaze with fire, yet it was not consumed. Intrigued, Moses approached the burning bush. Exodus 3 verses 3 to 4 records, Moses, I will go over and see this strange sight, why the bush does not burn up. When the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush. God, Moses, 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 here I am. God issued an instruction. Exodus 3 verse 5 says, God, do not come any closer. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. God then identified himself. Exodus 3 verse 6 declares, God, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. At this, Moses covered his face, because he was afraid to look at God. God then explained his purpose. Exodus 3 verses 7 to 8 records, God, I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey. The commission was then given. Exodus 3 verse 10 declares, God, so now go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people the Israelites out of Egypt. Moses responded with doubt. Exodus 3 verse 11 records, Moses, who am I, that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt? God reassured him. Exodus 3 verse 12 says, God, I will be with you, and this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain. Moses inquired about God's name. Exodus 3 verse 13 records, Moses, suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? Then what shall I tell them? The response was profound. Exodus 3 verse 14 records, God, I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you. Exodus 3 verse 15 continues, God, say to the Israelites, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, the name you shall call me from generation to generation. Moses still doubted. Exodus 4 verse 1 expresses, Moses, what if they do not believe me or listen to me and say, the Lord did not appear to you? God gave him miraculous signs. Yet Moses continued to resist. Exodus 4 verse 10 records, Moses, pardon your servant, Lord. I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of speech and tongue. God replied. Exodus 4 verse 11 says, God, who gave human beings their mouths? Who makes them deaf or mute? Who gives them sight or makes them blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will help you speak and will teach you what to say. Finally, Moses asked that God send someone else. Exodus 4 verses 13 to 14 narrates, Moses, pardon your servant, Lord. Please send someone else to do it." Then the Lord's anger burned against Moses, and he said, "God, what about your brother Aaron the Levite? I know he can speak well. He is already on his way to meet you, and he will be glad to see you." Moses, now 80 years old, returned to Egypt. Moses and Aaron presented themselves before Pharaoh. Exodus 5 verse 1 records. Afterward Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says, 'Let my people go, so they may hold a festival to me in the wilderness.'" The response was arrogant. Exodus 5 verse 2 declares, "Pharaoh, who is the Lord, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." Pharaoh increased their workload. Exodus 5 verses 7 to 9 narrates, "You are no longer to supply the people with straw for making bricks. Let them go and gather their own straw, but require them to make the same number of bricks as before. Don't reduce the quota. They are lazy. That is why they are crying out, 'Let us go and offer sacrifices to our God.' Make the work harder for the people so that they keep working and pay no attention to lies." Then the plagues began. The first turned the water into blood. Exodus 7 verses 20 to 21 describes, "Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. He raised his staff in the presence of Pharaoh and his officials and struck the water of the Nile, and all the water was changed into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad that the Egyptians could not drink its water. Blood was everywhere in Egypt, but Pharaoh did not let the people go. The second plague brought frogs. Exodus 8 verse 6 records, "So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land. Pharaoh promised to let the people go, but hardened his heart when the frogs died." The third plague turned dust into gnats. Exodus 8 verse 17 says, "When Aaron stretched out his hand with the staff and struck the dust of the ground, gnats came on people and animals. All the dust throughout the land of Egypt became gnats. But Pharaoh would not listen. The fourth plague sent flies." Exodus 8 verse 24 narrates, "And the Lord did this. Dense swarms of flies poured into Pharaoh's palace and into the houses of his officials. Throughout Egypt the land was ruined by the flies. This time Goshen was unaffected, but Pharaoh changed his mind again. The fifth plague brought a pestilence on the livestock." Exodus 9 verse 6 records, "The next day the Lord did it. All the livestock of the Egyptians died, but not one animal belonging to the Israelites died. Pharaoh became even more stubborn. The sixth plague produced boils." Exodus 9 verse 10 describes, "So they took soot from a furnace and stood before Pharaoh. Moses tossed it into the air, and festering boils broke out on people and animals. Pharaoh's heart remained hard." The seventh plague was hail. Exodus 9 verse 23 narrates, "When Moses stretched out his staff toward the sky, the Lord sent thunder and hail, and lightning flashed down to the ground. So the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. Hail fell and lightning flashed back and forth. It was the worst storm in all the land of Egypt since it had become a nation. Throughout Egypt hail struck everything in the fields, both people and animals. It beat down everything growing in the fields and stripped every tree. Only in Goshen there was no hail. Pharaoh repented again." The eighth plague brought locusts. Exodus 10 verse 15 describes, "They covered all the ground until it was black. They devoured all that was left after the hail, everything growing in the fields and the fruit on the trees. Nothing green remained on tree or plant in all the land of Egypt." But Pharaoh hardened his heart again. The ninth plague plunged Egypt into darkness. Exodus 10 verses 21 to 23 records, "Then the Lord said to Moses, 'Stretch out your hand toward the sky so that darkness spreads over Egypt, darkness that can be felt.' So Moses stretched out his hand toward the sky, and total darkness covered all Egypt for 3 days. No one could see anyone else or move about for 3 days. Yet all the Israelites had light in the places where they lived." Exodus 10 verses 28 to 29 narrates the end. "Pharaoh, get out of my sight. Make sure you do not appear before me again. The day you see my face you will die." Moses, "Just as you say, I will never appear before you again." God revealed the 10th plague. Exodus 11 verses 4 to 5 records. So Moses said, "This is what the Lord Padre el les dijo? Porque habeas venido hoy tan pronto?" Ellos respondieron, "Un varón egipcio nos defendió de mano de los pastores, y también nos sacó el agua, y dio de beber a las ovejas." Jethro invitó a Moisés. Éxodo 2:21-22 conclui. Y Moisés convino en morar con aquel varón y el dio su hija Sephora por mujer a Moisés. Y ella le dio a luz a un hijo y él le puso por nombre Gerson, porque dijo, "Forastero soy en tierra ajena." Mientras Moisés vivía en Madián, la situación empeoraba en Egipto. Éxodo 2325 describe, Acanti. Eco que después de muchos días murió el rey de Egipto y los hijos de Israel gemían, a causa de la servidumbre y clamaron. Y subió a Dios el clamor de ellos con motivo de su servidumbre. Y oyó Dios el gemido de ellos y ese acordó de su pacto con Abraham, Isaac y Jacob. Y miró Dios a los hijos de Israel y los reconoció Dios. Un día Moisés pastoriba el rebaño. Éxodo 3:12 narra. Apacentando Moisés, las ovejas de Jethro, su sugro, sacerdote de Madián. Levo las ovejas a través del desierto y luego hasta Oreb, monte de Dios. Y ese lu aparicio el ángel de Jehová en una llama de fuego en medio de una zarza. Y el miró y vio que la zarza ardía en fuego y la zarza no se consumía. Moisés se acercó. Éxodo 334 registra. Entonces Moisés dijo, "Ir yo ahora y ver esta grande visión, porque causa la zarza no se quema." Viendo Jehová que el iba a ver, lo llamó Dios de en medio de la zarza y dijo, "Moisés, Moisés." Y él respondió, "Heme aquí." Dios le dio una instrucción. Éxodo 3:5 dice. Y dijo, "No te acerques. Cuida tu calzado de tus pies, porque el lugar en que tú estás tierra santa es." Dios se identificó. Éxodo 3:6 declara. Y dijo, "Yo soy el Dios de tu padre, Dios de Abraham, Dios de Isaac y Dios de Jacob." Entonces Moisés cubrió su rostro porque tuvo miedo de mirar a Dios. Dios explicó su propósito. Éxodo 36:78 registra. Dijo luego Jehová, "Bien he visto la aflicción de mi pueblo que está en Egipto, y he oído su clamor a causa de sus exactores. Pues he conocido sus angustias y he descendido para librarlos de mano de los egipcios y sacarlos de aquella tierra a una tierra buena y ancha, a tierra que fluye leche y miel." Vino la comisión. Éxodo 3:10 declara. "Ven, por tanto. Ahora y te enviaré a Faraón para que saques de Egipto a mi pueblo, los hijos de Israel." Moisés respondió con dudas. Éxodo 3:11 registra. Entonces Moisés respondió a Dios, "¿Quién soy yo para que vaya a Faraón y saque de Egipto a los hijos de Israel?" Dios lo aseguró. Éxodo 3:12 dice. Y él respondió, "Ve, porque yo estar contigo. Y esto te será por señal de que yo te he enviado. Cuando hayas sacado de Egipto el pueblo, servirías a Dios sobre este monte." Moisés preguntó por el nombre de Dios. Éxodo 3:13 registra. Dijo Moisés a Dios, "He aquí que lego yo a los hijos de Israel y les digo, el Dios de vuestros padres me ha enviado a vosotros. Si ellos me preguntan, ¿cuál es su nombre? Heli. ¿Qué le respondrá?" La respuesta fue profunda. Éxodo 3:14 registra. Y respondió Dios a Moisés, "Yo soy el que soy." Y dijo, "Así dirás a los hijos de Israel, yo soy mi envío a vosotros." Éxodo 3:15 continúa. Además dijo Dios a Moisés, "Así dirás a los hijos de Israel, Jehová, el Dios de vuestros padres, el Dios de Abraham, Dios de Isaac y Dios de Jacob, me ha enviado a vosotros. Este es mi nombre para siempre. Con él así me recordará por todos los siglos." Moisés seguía dudando. Éxodo 4:1 expresa, Entonces Moisés respondió diciendo, he aquí que ellos no me criaron en I oiran mi voz, porque diren, no te ha aparecido Jehová, Dios lu dio señales milagrosas. Pero Moisés seguía resistiéndose. Éxodo 4:10 registra. Entonces dijo Moisés a Jehová, I, Señor, nunca he sido hombre de fácil palabra, en I antes, en I desde que tú hablas a tu siervo, porque soy tardo en el habla y torpe de lengua. Dios respondió. Éxodo 4:11 dice, y Jehová lu respondió, ¿quién dio la boca al hombre? ¿O quién hizo el mudo y el sordo el que vi y el ciego? ¿No soy yo, Jehová? Ahora pues, vi y yo estar con tu boca y te enseñar lo que has de hablar. Finalmente, Moisés pidió que enviara otro. Éxodo 13:14 narra, y el dijo, I, Señor, envía, te ruego, por medio del que debes enviar. Entonces Jehová se enojó contra Moisés y dijo, no conozco yo a tu hermano Aaron Levita, y que él habla bien, y he aquí que él saldrá a recibir y el vert se alegrará en su corazón. Moisés regresó a Egipto con 80 años. Moisés y Aaron se presentaron ante el faraón. Éxodo 5:1 registra. Después Moisés y Aaron entraron a la presencia de faraón y le dijeron, Jehová, el Dios de Israel, dice así, deja ir a mi pueblo a celebrar fiesta en el desierto. La respuesta fue arrogante. Éxodo 5:2 declara, y faraón respondió, ¿quién es Jehová para que yo oiga su voz y deje ir a Israel? Yo no conozco a Jehová, en I tampoco dejaré ir a Israel. El faraón aumentó la carga de trabajo. Éxodo 5:79. Nara. De aquí en adelante no darías paja al pueblo para hacer ladrillo como hasta ahora. Vayan ellos y recogen por sí mismas la paja y les impondréis la misma tarea de ladrillo que hacían antes. Y no les disminuirías nada porque están ociosos. Y por eso levantan la voz diciendo, vamos y ofrezcamos sacrificios en nuestro Dios. Agravéis la servidumbre sobre ellos. Entonces comenzaron las plagas. La primera convirtió el agua en sangre. Éxodo 7:20-21 describe, y Moisés y Aaron hicieron como Jehová lo mandó, y alzando la vara, golpeó las aguas que había en el río en presencia de faraón y de sus siervos. Y todas las aguas que había en el río se convirtieron en sangre. Asimismo los peces que había en el río murieron, y el río se corrompió, tanto que los egipcios no podían beber de él, y hubo sangre por toda la tierra de Egipto. Pero el faraón no dejó ir el pueblo. La segunda plaga trajo ranas. Éxodo 8:86 registra. Entonces Aaron extendió su mano sobre las aguas de Egipto, y subieron ranas que cubrieron la tierra de Egipto. El faraón permitió dejar ir el pueblo, pero endureció su corazón cuando las ranas murieron. La tercera plaga convirtió el polvo en piojos. Éxodo 8:17 dice, y ellos lo hicieron así, y Aaron extendió su mano con su vara y golpeó el polvo de la tierra, el cual se volvió piojos. Así en los hombres como en las bestias. Todo el polvo de la tierra se volvió piojos en todo el país de Egipto. Pero el faraón no escuchó. La cuarta plaga envió moscas. Éxodo 8:24 narra, y Jehová lo hizo así. Y vino gran cantidad de moscas a la casa de faraón y a las casas de sus siervos y en todo el país de Egipto. Y la tierra fue corrompida a causa de ellas. Esta vez Gozan no fue afectada, pero el faraón volvió a cambiar de opinión. La quinta plaga trajo peste sobre el ganado. Éxodo 9:6 registra, y Jehová hizo aquello al día siguiente, y murió todo el ganado de Egipto. Mas del ganado de los hijos de Israel no murió uno. El faraón se endureció aún más. La sexta plaga produjo úlceras. Éxodo 9:10 describe, y tomaron ceniza del horno y se pusieron delante de faraón, y la esparció Moisés hacia el cielo. Y hubo zarpalito que produjo ulceras tanto en los hombres como en las bestias. El corazón del faraón permaneció duro. La séptima plaga fue granizo. Éxodo 9:23 Nara. Y Moisés extendió su vara hacia el cielo. Y Jehová hizo tronar y granizer. Y el fuego se descargaba sobre la tierra. Y lovio Jehová granizo sobre la tierra de Egipto. Hubo pues granizo y fuego mezclado con el granizo. Tan grande que nunca hubo en toda la tierra de Egipto desde que fue habitada. Y aquel granizo hirió en toda la tierra de Egipto todo lo que estaba en el campo. Así hombres como bestias. Asimismo destrozó el granizo toda la hierba del campo, y descayó todos los árboles del país. Solo en Gozan no hubo granizo. El faraón se arrepintió nuevamente. La octava plaga trajo langostas. Éxodo 10:15 describe. Y subió la langosta sobre toda la tierra de Egipto y se asentó en todo el país de Egipto en tan gran cantidad como no la hubo antes ni la habrá después. Y cubrió la faz de todo el país y oscureció la tierra. Y consumió toda la hierba de la tierra y todo el fruto de los árboles que había dejado el granizo. No quedó cosa verde en árboles ni en hierba del campo. En toda la tierra de Egipto. Pero el faraón volvió a endurcerse. La novena plaga sumió a Egipto en oscuridad. Éxodo 10:21-23 registra. Jehová dijo a Moisés. Extien tu mano hacia el cielo para que haya tinieblas sobre la tierra de Egipto. Tanto que cualquiera las palpe. Y extendió Moisés su mano hacia el cielo. Y hubo densas tinieblas sobre toda la tierra de Egipto por 3 días. Ninguno vio a su prójimo. Ni nadie se levantó de su lugar en 3 días. Mas todos los hijos de Israel tenían luz en sus habitations. Éxodo 10:289 Nara el final. Y le dijo faraón. Retirate de mí. Guarde que no veas más mi rostro. Porque en cualquier día que viers mi rostro morirás. Y Moisés respondió. Bien has dicho. No ver más tu rostro. Dios reveló la décima plaga. Éxodo 11:45 registra. Y dijo Moisés. Jehová ha dicho así. A la medianoche yo saldré por en medio de Egipto y morirá todo primigenito en tierra de Egipto. Desde el primigenito de faraón que se sienta, en su trono hasta el primigenito de la sierva que está tras el molino. Y todo primigenito de las bestias. Pero Dios preveó escape. Éxodo 12:3 registra. Habla de toda la congregación de Israel, diciendo. En el ten de este mes. Temis cada uno cordero según las familias de los padres. Un cordero por familia. Éxodo 12:56 especifica. El animal será sin defecto macho de un año. Lo tomarías de las ovejas o de las cabras y lo guardaréis hasta el día 14 de este mes. Y lo inmolará toda la congregación del pueblo de Israel entre las dos tardes. Lo crucial era la sangre. Éxodo 12:7 instruye. Y tomarán de la sangre y la pondrán en los dos postes y en el dintel de las casas en que lo han de comer. Éxodo 12:11 especifica. Y lo comeréis así. Cenados vuestros lomos. Vuestro calzado en vuestros pies y vuestro bordón en vuestra mano. Y lo comeréis apresuradamente. Es la Pascua de Jehová. Dios explicó el propósito. Éxodo 12:13 declara. Pues yo pasé aquella noche por la tierra de Egipto y heriera todo primigenito en la tierra de Egipto. Así de los hombres como de las bestias. Y ejecutar mis juicios en todos los dioses de Egipto. Yo Jehová. Y la sangre os será por señal en las casas donde vosotros estías. Y ver la sangre y pasar de vosotros. Y no habrá en vosotros plaga de mortandad cuando hierra la tierra de Egipto. Lego la medianoche. Éxodo 12:29-30 describe. Y aconteció que a la medianoche Jehová hirió a todo primigenito en la tierra de Egipto. Desde el primigenito de faraón. Que se sentaba sobre su trono. Hasta el primigenito del cautivo. Que estaba en la cárcel y todo primigenito de los animales. Y se levantó aquella noche faraón. y todos sus siervos y todos los egipcios. Y hubo un gran clamor en Egipto, porque no había casa donde no hubiese un muerto. El faraón llamó a Moisés. Éxodo 1-2-3-1-3-2 registra. Y hizo llamar a Moisés y a terren de noche, y les dijo, salid de medio de mi pueblo vosotros y los hijos de Israel, id servid a Jehová, como habeas dica. Tomad también vuestras ovejas y vuestras vacas, como habeas dica, idos, y bendeciden también a mí. Los israelitas salieron de Egipto. Éxodo 12:37 registra. Partieron los hijos de Israel de Rameses a Sucot, como 600,000 hombres de a pie, sin contar los niños. Dios los guió. Éxodo 1:3-1-2-2 describe, y Jehová iba delante de ellos de día, en una columna de nube para guiarlos por el camino, y de noche en una columna de fuego para alumbrarlos, a fin de que anduviesen de día y de noche. Nunca se apartó de delante del pueblo la columna de nube de día, en de noche la columna de fuego. Pero el corazón del faraón cambió. Éxodo 14:5 registra, y fue dado aviso al rey de Egipto que el pueblo huya, y el corazón de faraón y de sus siervos se volvió contra el pueblo y dijeron, como hemos hecho esto de haber dejado a Israel para que no nos sirva. El faraón preparó su ejército. Éxodo 14:67 narra, y unció su carro y tomó consigo su pueblo, y tomó 600 carros escogidos y todos los carros de Egipto, y los capitanes sobre todos ellos. Los israelitas vieron el ejército acercándose. Éxodo 14:10:1 describe su terror. Y cuando faraón se hubo acercado, los hijos de Israel alzaron sus ojos. Y he aquí que los egipcios venían tras ellos, por lo que los hijos de Israel temieron en gran manera, y clamaron a Jehová y dijeron a Moisés, ¿no había sepulcros en Egipto que nos has sacado para que moramos en el desierto? ¿Por qué has hecho así con nosotros que nos has sacado de Egipto? ¿No es esto lo que te hablamos en Egipto diciendo? ¿Dejanos servir a los egipcios? Porque mejor nos fuera servir a los egipcios que morir nosotros en el desierto. Moisés respondió. Éxodo 14:13 registra. Y Moisés dijo al pueblo, no temáis, estad firmes y ved la salvación que Jehová hará hoy con vosotros. Porque los egipcios que hoy habéis visto, nunca más para siempre los veréis. Jehová peleará por vosotros y vosotros estaréis tranquilos. Vino la instrucción. Éxodo 14:16 declara, y tu alza tu vara y extien tu mano sobre el mar, y dividelo y entren los hijos de Israel por, en medio del mar en seco. Moisés obedeció. Éxodo 1:41:22 narra. Y extendió Moisés su mano sobre el mar. Y hizo Jehová que el mar se retires por recio viento oriental toda aquella noche. Y volvió el mar en seco, y las aguas quedaron divididas. Entonces los hijos de Israel entraron por en medio del mar en seco, teniendo las aguas como muro a su derecha y a su izquierda. Los egipcios los persiguieron. Éxodo 14:23-24 registra, y siguiéndolos los egipcios, entraron tras ellos hasta la mitad del mar. Toda la caballería de faraón, sus carros y su gente de a caballo. Aconteció a la vigilia de la mañana que Jehová miró el campamento de los egipcios desde la columna de fuego, y nube, y trastornó el campamento de los egipcios. Dios quitó las ruedas de sus carros. Los egipcios intentaron huir. Éxodo 1:4-6-8 describe, y Jehová dijo a Moisés, extien tu mano sobre el mar para que las aguas vuelvan sobre los egipcios, sobre sus carros y sobre su caballería. Entonces Moisés extendió su mano sobre el mar, y cuando amaneció, el mar se volvió en toda su fuerza y los egipcios al huir se encontraban con el mar. Y Jehová derribó a los egipcios en medio del mar, y volvieron las aguas y cubrieron los carros y la caballería. Y todo el ejército de Faraón que había entrado tras ellos en el mar. No puedo de ellos en uno. Éxodo 14:301 concluye. Así salvó Jehová aquel día a Israel de mano de los egipcios. Y Israel vio a los egipcios muertos a la orilla del mar. Y vio Israel aquel grande hecho que Jehová ejecutó contra los egipcios. Y el pueblo temió a Jehová. Y creyeron a Jehová y a Moisés, su siervo. Los israelitas celebraron. Pero 3 días después llegaron a Mara. Éxodo 15:324 Nara. Y llegaron a Mara y no pudieron beber las aguas de Mara porque eran amargas. Por eso le pusieron el nombre de Mara. Entonces el pueblo murmuró contra Moisés y dijo, ¿qué hemos de beber? Dios mostró un árbol a Moisés. Éxodo 15:25 registra, y Moisés clamó a Jehová. Y Jehová le mostró un árbol, y lo echo en las aguas se indulgeron. Llegaron al desierto de Sin. Éxodo 16:23 describe, y toda la congregación de los hijos de Israel murmuró contra Moisés y Aaron en el desierto, y les dicen los hijos de Israel. Oyala hubiéramos muerto por mano de Jehová en la tierra de Egipto cuando nos sentábamos a las alas de carne. Cuando comíamos pan hasta saciarnos. Pues nos habías sacado a este desierto para matar de hambre a toda esta multitud. Dios respondió. Éxodo 16:4 declara. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés, he aquí, yo os haré llover pan del cielo. Y el pueblo saldrá y recogerá diariamente la porción de un día. Para que yo lo probase en mi leo. Y ese tard llegaron codornices. Éxodo 16:13 Nara. Y venida la tard subieron codornices que cubrieron el campamento. Por la mañana apareció el maná. Éxodo 16:15 describe. Y cuando el rocío cesó de descender, he aquí sobre la faz del desierto una cosa menuda. Redonda. Menuda como una escarcha sobre la tierra. Y viéndolo los hijos de Israel. Ese dijeron unos a otros. ¿Qué es esto? Porque no sabían qué era. Entonces Moisés les dijo. Es el pan que Jehová os da para comer. Las instructions eran específicas. Éxodo 16:18 registra. Esto es lo que Jehová ha mandado. Requij de el cada uno según lo que pudiera comer. Un gomer por cabeza conforme al número de vuestras personas temerarias cada uno para los que están en su tienda. Y los hijos de Israel lo hicieron así. Y requijaron unos más, otros menos, y lo median por gomer. Y no sobró el que había requijido mucho. En faltó el que había requijido poco. Cada uno recogió conforme a lo que había de comer. Llegaron a Rephidim sin agua. Éxodo 17:23 Nara. Y altercó el pueblo con Moisés y dijeron. Danos agua para que bebamos. Y Moisés les dijo. ¿Por qué altercáis conmigo? ¿Por qué tentáis a Jehová? Así que el pueblo tuvo ali seguro contra Moisés y dijo. ¿Por qué nos hiciste subir de Egipto para matarnos de sed? En vuestros hijos y en vuestros ganados? Dios instruyó a Moisés. Éxodo 17:56 registra. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés. Pasa delante del pueblo y toma contigo de los ancianos de Israel y toma también en tu mano tu vara con que golpes del río. Y vi. He aquí que yo estar delante de ti ali sobre la pena en ob. Y golpearás la pena. Y saldrán de ella aguas. Y beberá el pueblo. Y Moisés lo hizo así. En presencia de los ancianos de Israel. Cuando golpeó la roca. Brotó agua abundante. Los israelitas llegaron al Sinai 3 meses después de salir de Egipto. Éxodo 19:12 registra en el mes tercero de la salida de los hijos de Israel de la tierra de Egipto. En el mismo día llegaron al desierto de Sinai. Habían salido de Rephidim y llegaron al desierto de Sinai y acamparon en el desierto. Y acampó ali Israel delante del monte. Dios llamó a Moisés. Éxodo 19:36 declara. Y Moisés subió a Dios. Y Jehová lo llamó desde el monte diciendo. Así dirás a la casa de Jacob y anunciarás a los hijos de Israel. Vosotros vistias lo que hais a los egipcios. Y como os tomé sobre alas de aguilas y os he traído a mí. Ahora, pues, si diréis oído a mi voz y guardaréis mi pacto. Vosotros seréis mi especial tesoro sobre todos los pueblos. Porque mía es toda la tierra. Y vosotros mi seréis un reino de sacerdotes y gente santa. El pueblo respondió. Éxodo registra. Y to do el pueblo respondió a una. Y dijeron. To do lo que Jehová ha dicho, hermos. Dios preparó el pueblo. Éxodo 19:101 narra. Y Jehová dijo a Moisés. Vi al pueblo y santificalos hoy y mañana, y laven sus vestidos y estén preparados para el día tercero. Porque al tercer día Jehová descendrá a ojos de todo el pueblo sobre el monte de Sinai. El tercer día lego. Éxodo 19:16-18 describe. Aconte. Cio que al tercer. Padre. They began breathless. Why have you come so soon today? They recounted the day's events, their voices overlapping with excitement. An Egyptian man rescued us from the shepherds. He even drew water for us and watered the flock. Jethro, intrigued, extended an invitation to Moses. Exodus 2 verses 21-22 tells us, Moses was content to dwell with the man, and he gave Moses his daughter Zipporah. She gave birth to a son, and he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a sojourner in a foreign land. As Moses settled into life in Midian, the situation for his people in Egypt grew dire. Exodus 2 verses 23-25 describes a turning point. During those many days the king of Egypt died, and the people of Israel groaned because of their slavery and cried out for help. Their cry for rescue from slavery came up to God. And God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. God saw the people of Israel and God knew. One day, as Moses tended the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law and a priest of Midian, he led the sheep far into the wilderness, eventually arriving at Horeb, the mountain of God. Exodus 3 verses 1-2 narrates, And the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. He looked, and behold, the bush was burning, yet it was not consumed. Drawn by this extraordinary sight, Moses approached. Exodus 3 verses 3-4 records. And Moses said, I will turn aside to see this great sight, why the bush is not burned. When the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called to him out of the bush, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here I am. Then, from the heart of the burning bush, God gave Moses a command. Exodus 3 verse 5 says, Then he said, Do not come near. Take your sandals off your feet, for the place on which you are standing is holy ground. God then identified himself, dispelling any doubt about the source of this divine encounter. Exodus 3 verse 6 declares, And he said, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look at God. With his identity established, God revealed his purpose. Exodus 3 verses 7-8 records the Lord saying, I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt and have heard their cry because of their taskmasters. I know their sufferings, and I have come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land to a good and broad land, a land flowing with milk and honey. The divine commission followed swiftly. Exodus 3 verse 10 declares, Come, I will send you to Pharaoh that you may bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. Moses, however, responded with profound self-doubt. Exodus 3 verse 11 records Moses' reply to God, Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the children of Israel out of Egypt? God reassured him, promising his unwavering support. Exodus 3 verse 12 states, He said, But I will be with you, and this shall be the sign for you that I have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God on this mountain. Moses then inquired about the very name of God, anticipating the inevitable question from the Israelites. Exodus 3 verse 13 records Moses asking God, If I come to the people of Israel and say to them, The God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? The answer was both profound and revelatory. Exodus 3 verse 14 records, God said to Moses, I am who I am. And he said, say this to the people of Israel, I am has sent me to you. Exodus 3 verse 15 continues, God also said to Moses, say this to the people of Israel, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and thus I am to be remembered throughout all generations. Still, Moses' doubts lingered. Exodus 4 verse 1 expresses his continuing uncertainty. Then Moses answered, but behold, they will not believe me or listen to my voice, for they will say, the Lord did not appear to you. God, in his patience, provided miraculous signs to validate Moses' mission. Yet, Moses remained resistant. Exodus 4 verse 10 records Moses saying to the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, either in the past or since you have spoken to your servant, but I am slow of speech and of tongue. God responded, addressing Moses' inadequacy directly. Exodus 4 verse 11 says, then the Lord said to him, who has made man's mouth? Who makes him mute, or deaf, or seeing, or blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth and teach you what you shall speak. Finally, in a moment of exasperation, Moses pleaded for someone else to be sent. Exodus 4 verses 13 to 14 narrates, but he said, O my Lord, please send someone else. Then the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses, and he said, is there not Aaron, your brother, the Levite? I know that he can speak well. Behold, he is coming out to meet you, and when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. At the age of 80, Moses returned to Egypt. Together, Moses and Aaron stood before Pharaoh, the most powerful ruler on earth. Exodus 5 verse 1 records, afterward Moses and Aaron went and said to Pharaoh, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness. Pharaoh's response was arrogant and dismissive. Exodus 5 verse 2 declares, but Pharaoh said, who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and moreover, I will not let Israel go. Instead of heeding their plea, Pharaoh intensified the Israelites' labor. Exodus 5 verses 7 to 9 narrates, you shall no longer give the people straw to make bricks, as in the past. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. But the number of bricks that they made in the past you shall impose on them. You shall not reduce it, for they are lazy. Therefore they cry, let us go and offer sacrifice to our God. Let heavier work be laid on the men that they may labor at it and pay no regard to false words. Then began the plagues, a series of escalating divine judgments. The first turned the water into blood. Exodus 7 verses 20 to 21 describes the horrifying scene. Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded. In the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, he lifted up the staff and struck the water in the Nile, and all the water in the Nile turned into blood. And the fish in the Nile died, and the Nile stank so that the Egyptians could not drink water from the Nile. There was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. Yet, Pharaoh remained unyielding. The second plague brought forth frogs in unimaginable numbers. Exodus 8 verse 6 records, so Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. Pharaoh promised to let the people go, but when the frogs died, he hardened his heart once more. The third plague transformed dust into gnats, tormenting both humans and animals. Exodus 8 verse 17 says, and they did so. Aaron stretched out his hand with his staff and struck the dust of the ground, and there were gnats on man and beast. All the dust of the ground became gnats in all the land of Egypt. Still, Pharaoh refused to listen. The fourth plague unleashed swarms of flies. Exodus 8 verse 24 narrates, and the Lord did so. There came great swarms of flies into the house of Pharaoh and into the houses of his servants and into all the land of Egypt. The land was ruined by the flies. This time Goshen was spared, but Pharaoh's resolve wavered only briefly before he hardened his heart again. The fifth plague brought a devastating pestilence upon the livestock. Exodus 9 verse 6 records, "And the Lord did this thing on the next day. All the livestock of the Egyptians died, but of the livestock of the people of Israel not one died." Pharaoh's heart remained hardened. The sixth plague produced painful boils. Exodus 9 verse 10 describes, "So they took soot from the kiln and stood before Pharaoh. And Moses threw it in the air, and it became boils breaking out in sores on man and beast." The Pharaoh's heart remained hardened against God and his people. The seventh plague was a devastating hailstorm. Exodus 9 verse 23 narrates, "Then Moses stretched out his staff toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and fire ran down to the earth. And the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. There was hail and fire flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very heavy hail, such as had never been in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. The hail struck down everything that was in the field in all the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And the hail struck down every plant of the field and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the people of Israel were, was there no hail." The Pharaoh relented once more but would again harden his heart in defiance to God. The eighth plague brought locusts in unimaginable swarms. Exodus 10 verse 15 describes, "For they covered the face of the whole land, so that the land was darkened, and they ate all the plants in." The next morning dawned with a terrifying display of divine power. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and a thick cloud enveloped Mount Sinai. A deafening blast from a shofar, a ram's horn, echoed through the air, causing the entire Israelite camp to tremble with fear. Moses led the people out of the camp to meet God at the foot of the mountain. The scene was awe-inspiring and terrifying. All of Mount Sinai was shrouded in smoke because the Lord descended upon it in fire. The smoke billowed upwards like the smoke from a furnace, and the whole mountain shook violently. Then God spoke. Exodus recounts the giving of the 10 Commandments. "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor your father and your mother. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet." The people were gripped by fear. Exodus vividly describes the scene. The thunder, the lightning, the blaring shofar, and the smoking mountain. Overwhelmed by the sheer power and majesty of God, the people stood at a distance, trembling. They cried out to Moses, "Speak to us yourself, and we will listen. But let not God speak to us, lest we die." Moses reassured them. Exodus records his words, "Do not be afraid, for God has come in order to test you, and in order that the fear of him may remain with you, so that you may not sin." Moses then ascended the mountain, disappearing into the thick darkness where God was. Exodus concludes, "Moses entered the midst of the cloud as he went up to the mountain, and Moses was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. While Moses was on the mountain receiving God's law, the people grew impatient." Exodus tells us, "Now when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down from the mountain, the people assembled about Aaron and said to him, 'Up, make us gods who will go before us. As for this Moses, the man who brought us up from the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him.'" Aaron, succumbing to their pressure, proposed a shocking solution. Exodus continues, "Aaron said to them, 'Tear off the gold rings which are in the ears of your wives, your sons, and your daughters, and bring them to me.' So all the people tore off the gold rings from their ears and brought them to Aaron. He took the gold, fashioned it with an engraving tool, and made a golden calf. Then they proclaimed, 'This is your God, O Israel, who brought you up from the land of Egypt.' Aaron, further compounding the sin, built an altar before the calf." Exodus continues, "Now when Aaron saw this, he built an altar before it, and Aaron made a proclamation and said, 'Tomorrow shall be a feast to the Lord.' The next day, the people rose early, offered burnt offerings, and presented peace offerings. They indulged in feasting and drinking, reveling in their idolatry. God, witnessing their betrayal, revealed the scene to Moses on the mountain. Exodus records God's words, "Go down at once, for your people, whom you brought up from the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They have quickly turned aside from the way which I commanded them. They have made for themselves a molten calf, and have worshipped it and have sacrificed to it." God declared his intention to destroy them. Exodus says, "Now then let me alone, that my anger may burn against them and that I may destroy them, and I will make of you a great nation." Moses, in an act of incredible intercession, pleaded with God. Exodus records his prayer, "O Lord, why does your anger burn against your people, whom you have brought out from the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Turn from your burning anger and change your mind about doing harm to your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants." God heard Moses' plea. Exodus declares, "So the Lord changed his mind about the harm which he said he would do to his people. As Moses descended the mountain, the sight of the golden calf ignited his righteous anger." Exodus describes, "It came about as soon as he approached the camp that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moses' anger burned, and he threw the tablets from his hands and shattered them at the foot of the mountain. In a powerful act of judgment, Moses destroyed the idol." Exodus recounts, "He took the calf which they had made and burned it with fire, and ground it to powder, and scattered it on the water and made the sons of Israel drink it. Moses then called out to those who remained loyal to God." Exodus records, "Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, 'Whoever is for the Lord, come to me.' And all the sons of Levi gathered together to him. The judgment was swift and severe." Exodus says, "The sons of Levi did as Moses instructed, and about 3,000 men of the people fell that day." Following this tragic incident, God gave instructions for the construction of a sanctuary, a place where he would dwell among his people. Exodus records God's words, "Let them construct a sanctuary for me, that I may dwell among them, according to all that I am going to show you, as the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all its furniture, just so you shall construct it." First, there was the Ark of the Covenant. Exodus describes, "They shall construct an ark of acacia with 2.5 cubits long, and 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. You shall overlay it with pure gold, inside and out." Exodus specifies, "You shall put into the ark the testimony which I shall give you." Above the ark was to be the mercy seat. Exodus records, "You shall make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide. You shall make 2 cherubim of gold. Make them of hammered work at the 2 ends of the mercy seat." Exodus declares, "There I will meet with you, and from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim which are upon the ark of the testimony, I will speak to you." The people brought freewill offerings. Exodus recounts, "Everyone whose heart stirred him and everyone whose spirit moved him came and brought the Lord's offering for the work of the tent of meeting. They brought so much that they had to be stopped." Exodus records, "They spoke to Moses, saying, 'The people are bringing much more than enough for the construction work which the Lord commanded to be done.' So Moses issued a command, and it was proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, 'Let neither man nor woman any longer perform work for the offerings of the sanctuary.' God equipped skilled artisans for the task. Exodus says, "See, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. I have filled him with the Spirit of God in wisdom, in understanding, in knowledge, and in all kinds of craftsmanship." When the work was completed, a glorious event occurred. Exodus describes, "Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses was not able to enter the tent of meeting because the cloud had settled on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. The cloud guided the people." Exodus records, "Whenever the cloud was lifted from over the tabernacle, the sons of Israel would set out throughout all their journeys. But if the cloud was not lifted, they would not set out until the day when it was lifted. As they approached Canaan, God commanded them to send spies to scout the land." Numbers records God's words, "Send out for yourself men so that they may spy out the land of Canaan, which I am going to give to the sons of Israel. You shall send a man from each of their fathers' tribes." The 12 spies explored the land for 40 days. Numbers describes, "Then they came to the valley of Eshcol and from there cut down a branch with a single cluster of grapes. And they carried it on a pole between two men. Upon their return they gave their report." Numbers records, "They told him and said, 'We went into the land where you sent us, and it certainly does flow with milk and honey, and this is its fruit. Nevertheless, the people who live in the land are strong, and the cities are fortified and very large.'" Caleb attempted to encourage the people. Numbers says, Caleb quieted the people before Moses and said, "We should by all means go up and take possession of it, for we will surely overcome it." But the other 10 spies contradicted him. Numbers records, "But the men who had gone up with him said, 'We are not able to go up against the people, for they are too strong for us.' So they gave out to the sons of Israel a bad report of the land which they had spied out, saying, 'The land through which we have gone in spying it out is a land that devours its inhabitants. And all the people whom we saw in it are men of great size. And we became like grasshoppers in our own sight. The people rebelled." Numbers recounts, "Then all the congregation lifted up their voices and cried, and the people wept that night. All the sons of Israel grumbled against Moses and Aaron. And the whole congregation said to them, 'Would that we had died in the land of Egypt, or would that we had died in this wilderness.' They said to one another, 'Let us appoint a leader and return to Egypt.' Joshua and Caleb tore their clothes in dismay." Numbers records, "They spoke to all the congregation of the sons of Israel, saying, 'The land which we passed through to spy out is an exceedingly good land. If the Lord is pleased with us, then he will bring us into this land and will give it to us, a land which flows with milk and honey.' But the people wanted to stone them. God intervened and pronounced judgment. Numbers declares, "Say to them, 'As I live, says the Lord, just as you have spoken in my hearing, so I will do to you. Your dead bodies will fall in this wilderness, even all your numbered men, from 20 years old and upward. Surely you shall not come into the land, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun." Numbers specifies, "Your sons shall be shepherds in the wilderness for 40 years, and they will suffer for your unfaithfulness, until your corpses lie scattered in the wilderness. According to the number of days which you spied out the land, 40 days, for every day you shall bear your guilt a year, even 40 years. During those years in the desert a serious rebellion arose." Numbers describes, "Now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, with Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took action, and they rose up before Moses, together with some of the sons of Israel, 250 leaders of the congregation. They assembled against Moses and Aaron and said to them, 'You have gone far enough.' Moses proposed a test. Numbers records, "Do this, take censers for yourselves, Korah and all your company, and put fire in them, and place incense on them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the one who is holy." The next day Moses told the people to separate themselves. Numbers records, Moses said, "By this you shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these deeds. If the Lord brings about something new, and the earth opens its mouth and swallows them up with all that belongs to them, and they descend alive into Sheol, then you will know that these men have spurned the Lord." Immediately it happened, Numbers describes, as he finished speaking all these words, the ground that was under them split open, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, with their households, and all the men who belonged to Korah, and all their possessions. So they and all that belonged to them went down alive into Sheol. Numbers records, "Fire also came forth from the Lord and consumed the 250 men who were offering the incense. The next day the people rebelled again. God sent a plague. Numbers describes how Aaron stopped it. Moses said to Aaron, "Take your censer and put incense on it, and place on it fire from the altar, and run to the congregation and make atonement for them. For wrath has gone forth from the Lord, the plague has begun." Then Aaron took it as Moses had said, and ran into the midst of the assembly. For behold, the plague had already started among the people. So he put in the incense and made atonement for the people. He took his stand between the dead and the living, so that the plague was checked. Numbers records that those who died by the plague were 14,700. Years later the people complained again. Numbers records. The people became impatient because of the journey, and the people spoke against God and Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and we loathe this miserable food. The punishment was immediate. Numbers says, the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people so that many people of Israel died. The people recognized their sin. Numbers recounts, the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned, because we have spoken against the Lord and you. Intercede with the Lord, that he may remove the serpents from us. And Moses interceded for the people. God gave unusual instructions. Numbers records. Then the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent and set it on a standard, and it shall come about that everyone who is bitten, when he looks at it, he will live. And Moses made a bronze serpent and set it on the standard. And it came about that if a serpent bit any man, when he looked to the bronze serpent, he lived. Then they confronted King Sihon. Numbers recounts, then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, let me pass through your land. But Sihon would not permit Israel to pass through his territory. He gathered all his people and went out against Israel in the wilderness. Israel struck him with the edge of the sword and took possession of his land from the Arnon to the Jabbok. They also defeated King Og. Numbers records. Then they turned and went up the road to Bashan, and Og the king of Bashan went out, he and all his people, for battle. The Lord said to Moses, do not fear him, for I have given him into your hand, and all his people and his land. And you shall do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites. So they defeated him and his sons and all his people, until there was no survivor left to him, and they possessed his land. The king of Moab was terrified by Israel's victories. Numbers records. He sent messengers to Balaam, the son of Beor, at Pethor, which is near the river, in the land of his people, to call him, saying, behold, a people came out of Egypt. Now therefore please come, curse this people for me. God forbade Balaam to go. Numbers says, God said to Balaam, you shall not go with them, you shall not curse the people, for they are blessed. But when Balak persisted, God permitted him to go. On the way, the angel of the Lord blocked his path. The donkey saw the angel, but Balaam did not. God opened the donkey's mouth. Numbers records. The Lord opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, what have I done to you, that you have struck me these 3 times? Finally, Balaam saw the angel. He arrived to where Balak was and was taken to 3 different locations. But each time he opened his mouth, blessings came out instead of curses. Numbers records. How shall I curse whom God has not cursed? And how can I denounce whom the Lord has not denounced? The 3rd blessing was beautiful. Numbers declares, how fair are your tents, O Jacob, your dwellings, O Israel, like valleys that stretch out like gardens beside the river. Numbers prophesied about the Messiah. A star shall come forth from Jacob, a scepter shall rise from Israel. After 40 years, the time had come to enter the land. But Moses would not enter. Deuteronomy records. Moses went and spoke these words to all Israel. He said to them, I am 120 years old today. I am no longer able to go out and come in, and the Lord has said to me, you shall not cross this Jordan. Moses encouraged the people. Deuteronomy says, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or tremble at them. For the Lord your God is the one who goes with you. Then he commissioned Joshua. Deuteronomy records. Then Moses called to Joshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel, be strong and courageous, for you shall go with this people into the land which the Lord has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you shall give it to them as an inheritance. The Lord is the one who goes ahead of you. He will be with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. Moses blessed the tribes. Then he ascended Mount Nebo. Deuteronomy describes, Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land. Then the Lord said to him, this is the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I have allowed you to see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there. Deuteronomy records. So Moses the servant of the Lord died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. And he buried him in the valley in the land of Moab opposite Beth-peor. But no man knows his burial place to this day. Deuteronomy adds, Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his vigor abated. The people mourned for 30 days. Deuteronomy concludes, Since that time no prophet has risen in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, none like him for all the signs and wonders that the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt. After Moses, God spoke to Joshua. Joshua records, Now it came about after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord, that the Lord spoke to Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' servant, saying, Moses my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, cross this Jordan, you and all this people, to the land which I am giving to them. God promised him. Joshua declares, No man will be able to stand before you all the days of your life. Just as I have been with Moses, I will be with you. I will not fail you or forsake you. Joshua adds, Be strong and courageous. Do not tremble or be dismayed. For the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Joshua sent spies to Jericho. They stayed with Rahab, who hid them. Joshua records her words, When we heard it, our hearts melted and no courage remained in any man any longer because of you. For the Lord your God, he is God in heaven above and on earth beneath. The time came to cross the Jordan. Joshua describes, When those who carried the ark came into the Jordan, and the feet of the priests who carried the ark were dipped in the edge of the water. The waters which were flowing down from above stood and rose up in one heap. And the people crossed opposite Jericho. The sons of Israel walked on dry ground through the midst of the Jordan, while the priests who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the middle of the Jordan. After crossing, they celebrated the Passover. The manna ceased. Joshua prepared to attack Jericho. He saw a man with a drawn sword. Joshua records, He said, No. Rather I indeed come now as captain of the host of the Lord. God gave strange instructions. Joshua records, You shall march around the city, all the men of war circling the city once. You shall do so for 6 days. On the 7th day you shall march around the city 7 times, and the priests shall blow the trumpets. It shall be that when they make a long blast with the ram's horn, and when you hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city will fall down flat. The people obeyed. Joshua describes, So the people shouted and the trumpets were blown. And when the people heard the sound of the trumpet, the people shouted with a great shout and the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight ahead, and they took the city. Only Rahab was saved. Joshua records, However, Joshua spared Rahab the harlot, her father's household, and all she had, and she has lived in the midst of Israel to this day. The conquest had begun. If this journey through biblical history has moved you, I invite you to subscribe to our channel so you don't miss upcoming episodes. We'll continue exploring the fascinating narratives of the Bible, discovering the eternal truths that transform lives. Share this video with your friends, family, and on your social networks so more people can discover these powerful stories that have changed the world. Activate the notification bell to be the first to receive our next content. Together we will continue discovering the wonders of God's Word. See you in the next one.